Buenos días, perdonen el retraso que es se ha de atribuir a mi persona porque ha habido una pequeña confusión por mi parte en la hora. Pero en fin, es lo que pasa cuando se están organizando estas cosas, que pueden haber un pequeño error. Disculpen este pequeño retraso. Buenos días. En primer lugar, excusar la presencia de la diputada de Cultura, que tenía que estar presente hoy aquí y no ha podido, bien lo lamenta, por razones de agenda. Evidentemente, sus cargos pues, le impiden muchas veces estar en estos foros y por eso mismo excusamos su asistencia a esta presentación. Saludos a los ponentes, asistentes inscritos y a los compañeros del museo que van a seguir las sesiones de este foro, Metal y Materias Óseas en la prehistoria de Europa. Un congreso que estaba previsto el año pasado, pero que tuvo que postergarse hasta ahora, que afortunadamente se dan las condiciones sanitarias adecuadas. Teníamos claro que no abandonábamos la idea de retomar la celebración y otra, la presencialidad, el contacto directo, puesto que siempre hemos defendido que una de las actividades importantes que un museo ha de llevar a la práctica es la organización de foros especializados que expongan las nuevas investigaciones de manos de los mejores estudiosos. La técnica actual, además, permite que las propuestas que se van a difundir lo sean a un público global a través de la retransmisión en directo. Se han puesto los medios técnicos y humanos para que sea así. Esperemos ahora que los entes invisibles que manejan y viajan por las ondas hertzianas cumplan con su cometido y todo salga bien. Mi agradecimiento a los equipos del MARC y la Fundación que se han volcado en este encuentro, compatibilizando esta dedicación a la cotidiana, que es mucha. Espero que ustedes aprovechen su estancia en esta ciudad y en este museo, en el cual pueden contemplar y deleitarse con la exposición ahora instalada sobre los etruscos. En fin, mis felicitaciones al director de este encuentro y compañero de museo, el doctor Juan López Padilla, que ha puesto lo mejor de su saber y mucho esfuerzo, junto con la coorganizadora, la doctora Noé de Provenzano, del CNRS francés. Bienvenida, muchas gracias por su coorganización y por su dedicación a este congreso. Me da nuestro agradecimiento en nombre de todos los compañeros del MAC. Muchas gracias. Gracias y bueno, cedo la palabra a la doctora Provenzano.
It's a big improvisation. I didn't know. Excuse me. Better. So I was saying that I am on. First, I apologize for my English. It's not my language favorite, but I hope you can understand me. So only two short words to say, of course, thanks to the institution who permits all this organization, who help with political help, and also, of course, financial help. And big thanks to Juan Antonio López Padilla, who, despite of the adversity, the sickness, the COVID, all that you can imagine, succeed to organize this meeting, and more than, how can I say that, and to organize this meeting for Bronze Age, Metal Age, who are little often forgotten in the research of bone, working bone. So a big thanks to have this idea to do, and I see that you know we are not so many people to work about this. There is many people in Paleolithic, in Neolithic, but Bronze Metal Age, not so many people. We are a small family, and maybe it's even a change because the exchange will be shorter, easier. And I hope we are going to make a good exchange, I'm sure. And we know each other more or less. And I would like to say a special thanks to finish to Alice Schoik. She don't know. To say her a big thanks for all the links she created and she maintained since so many years. I know Alice at the last century, as you, last century, more before. And all this link created, maintained all this, and it's very, very important for our community. And she was a very big light in this way. Not the only, but very important person. So I just want to say, Alice, thanks to be who you are. And okay, it's old. Thanks. It's okay.
Muchísimas gracias, Noel. Yo también quiero decir unas breves palabras y referirme, por un lado, adherirme a lo que ha comentado Noel ahora mismo. Es verdad que somos una pequeña, hasta ahora, una pequeña familia. Es verdad que el estudio del hueso trabajado en las edades del metal, pues hasta ahora ha sido un poco la hermana pequeña. Al respecto de decir que recuerdo perfectamente cuando inicié mis estudios hace cierto tiempo y prácticamente las únicas referencias que encontrabas a nivel internacional sobre esas etapas tan recientes de la prehistoria eran los trabajos de Noel sobre las terramaras, los trabajos de Alice sobre el bronce en Hungría. Hoy tenemos afortunadamente un número mucho más amplio de investigadores que se han dedicado a esas etapas y recuerdo perfectamente que ese fue el tema de nuestra conversación cuando tuvimos la fortuna de reunirnos en el Congreso del World Bone Research Group en Granada, que era necesario y podría ser muy interesante actualizar esa investigación. Y bueno, para mí la verdad es que esta en concreto es una oportunidad que para mí en lo personal también es muy especial y muy particular. Y por un lado he de agradecer la oportunidad del museo que nos ha ofrecido de organizar este encuentro que hemos tenido que postergar, como bien ha dicho Manuel Orcina, durante 2 años por causas de la pandemia y antes por otras causas de orden personal y administrativo. Pero ciertamente recuerdo muy nítidamente mi primera asistencia a un congreso sobre el hueso trabajado en la frontera norte de Francia, un congreso que organizó Madame Camps, que fue mi estreno en un foro en el que yo no entendía absolutamente nada de francés, pero donde fui a defender mis primeros pasitos en la investigación. Y recuerdo perfectamente nuestro encuentro. Noel, para mí es muy especial poder compartir contigo ahora este congreso, y no solo con figuras como Alice Choik o Noel, que son referentes en la investigación para todos, sino también con los compañeros más jóvenes que están haciendo investigaciones estupendas sobre un amplio repertorio, diversos periodos cronológicos, y de los que estoy ansioso particularmente por aprender de las maestras y por aprender también de la gente joven que viene haciendo investigación muy novedosa y verdaderamente importante. Así que nada más, espero que esto sea un congreso muy provechoso para todos, para el público, para el que está asistiendo a la sala, gracias a Dios. Significa que estamos superando por fin un periodo muy oscuro, pero ya, como comentábamos ayer, nos podemos ver en 3 dimensiones, no en 2 dimensiones, no a través de una pantalla, y también a través de la pantalla a través de la cual nos pueden ver todos aquellos interesados que están conectándose en estos momentos por las redes sociales, por YouTube. Así que, nada, a empezar y a trabajar. El hueso trabajado en la edad del cobre, en la edad del bronce, y a disfrutar. Gracias. Comenzamos con una charla de Noel y Alice Schoik, acerca de la investigación del hueso trabajado en la edad de los metales.
Now you can hear me even better. Oh my God, I echo. It's like being in a cavern here. Okay, well, of course, first of all, I would like to thank Juan for suffering through these last few years with everything happening, everything, and this damn COVID, excuse me. And of course, thank the museum for offering this space and the financial help. And it's not an insignificant thing, having organized a number of meetings myself, to have behind you this kind of leadership is really a very special thing, especially nowadays. So, one, you should appreciate your boss. Yeah. So Noel and I put together this paper, and we each aged about 10 years doing it, because we are a small company of people dealing with the Bronze Age. And it means that, it's not always easy to put the dots together, first of all. And second of all, what is Bronze Age in Europe is a different thing than what is Bronze Age in Anatolia or the Near East or even China, someplace like China. Luckily, the Americas didn't have much metalworking, so we can do away with the Bronze Age in that part of the world. Here, I also, since I'm a zooarchaeologist by training, I think I would also add not only metal but horse. I think these are two important facts which really influence what the Bronze Age looks like in different parts of Europe, and we'll go into this in more detail. Is this how I change the slide? No, yes, okay. So, just to show you what we are talking about today, because there's a whole world out there beyond Western and Central Europe and the Baltic states, and the Mediterranean, the northern part of the Mediterranean. It's really, really very difficult. And we want to emphasize that we're not coming here as people who have all the knowledge. We're here to learn. And maybe this is why it's good that we are a small family, because it's easier to communicate with a few people than 100 people. And maybe we're less likely to be stuck in our own little areas and not want to look outside and see what's going on, maybe. So, yeah. And this is what I was alluding to earlier. That is that comparisons between areas, regions, can be really, really tricky. We give a name, Bronze Age, but what that really means on a local level can differ a lot. We know that absolute dates differ tremendously between, say, the Baltic and the Mediterranean, or Hungary. What people call the Bronze Age in the Baltic region is, as we'll see later, completely different from the way we use the term. And then we have the ever-present, very special European situation that if you move beyond the modern national borders, the names change. And always with a little difference in the dating, just to make things especially complicated for comparing, even with neighboring countries. Many of these archaeological cultures are still based on the ceramics. And we know that ceramics change at one pace, but bone, antler, tooth working may have a completely different speed of change. So again, it's hard to know what is it that we're comparing. And most importantly, the modern frontiers in Europe do not correspond to what real Bronze Age frontiers. And it makes, so again, I'm not complaining, but I'm saying that comparing from region to region can be a really tricky thing. The other big problem, as I see it, with Bronze Age archaeology is that very often the archaeologists are now, they're looking at buildings, for example, and they're completely seduced by the building. And the small finds are, they're not quite so important. They're not getting the same attention. You have much more complex sites, or you can have much more complex sites, which are not homogeneous. And again, you're comparing materials that may come from a workshop area with materials that are coming from a household area on a different site. And this makes things, again, pretty tricky for making proper comparisons. There's, at least in Central Europe, screening is you don't find it very often on the excavations. I guarantee in Hungary there's only one site where they're doing proper screening, and we'll get back to that later, but it makes a huge difference how nicely the site has been excavated. Also, the faunal materials are often separated from the small finds, so the ad hoc bone working is not seen together on the same plate with the small finds that are found in the field. Publications are rare, and the older ones tend to be cherry-picked. That means the archaeologists chose the prettiest pieces and published them. And again, it makes it tricky to do. Sorry to complain so much, but this is what we encountered when we tried to put this together. And I'm old and I get to complain. Yeah. So, what can we say, generally say? Just because metal appears and is coming into more common use, it doesn't mean that bone, antler, tooth, ivory in the Iberian Peninsula disappear, are no longer important. It's simply a way to, Bronze Age, we know it's a way to situate yourself in some kind of a broader time scale. In general, in Europe, bone artifacts are less carefully worked than in the previous Neolithic period. For the most part, with the bone, the old techniques are still being used of scraping, cutting with chipstone tools, and abrasion. On the other hand, as a trend across Europe, antler is very frequently broken into sections and worked, often using metal tools. Again, it differs a lot between regions and is connected to the use of so how available metal tools are to the broader public, Bronze Age public, or are they only in the hands of specialists? And one other thing that makes it interesting to work in this period is that bone, antler, ivory, they're often part of composite objects. We'll get back to that later as well. And just to show something extra special, beautiful, this beautiful ivory comb, it's so elegant. Good job to find it. And I guess it's late Bronze Age, is this? Yeah. So what does metal offer the craftsperson on a Bronze Age settlement? It offers new technical possibilities, possibilities to work in a more refined way, in a more decoration becomes more elaborated. And what does horse bring? Horse brings the possibility of better communications, and you can move more easily over the landscape and more quickly over the landscape, and it means that innovations can arrive in a region. They're arriving more rapidly. And fashion. I think the Bronze Age is really a point in time that you can see fashions, especially in the more elaborated antler objects. You can see them appearing and then disappearing in relatively short amounts of time. And here I just show some examples of, for example, here, is with this longitudinal reduction with chopping, sawing, cuts and incisions with bronze. This is also, these designs are made with a fine bronze tool. This is from Hungary. And as I say, chopping. Everybody seems to have an axe by their side. This is a ubiquitous tool, and antler generally is chopped with axes, if nothing else. So I thought that I would start with the bell beaker phenomenon, especially since we're in Spain, and you guys are just crawling with bell beaker. But of course, we also know that bell beaker is it's another one of those terms. There's the bell beaker package, which enables a special sort of ceramics, all sorts of artifacts which come with it, but from region to region, it's really very different. Bell beaker is also the time when you get horse in Europe. And in my part of Europe, horse can comprise over 50% of the faunal material on the site. It's being butchered just like cattle. Cattle, horse, it's the same. Whether these horses are being ridden or not, or controlled in some way, I don't think we have a clear answer to that yet. Yeah, this is the bell beaker package that we all know and hopefully love. It's a very mysterious time. What I can speak to more clearly is that we do have a later version of the bell beaker, even in Hungary, especially in the area around Budapest, on both sides of the river. Yeah. And from our bell beaker package, these are the kind of, we have these ivory lunettes and the buttons, these with the V-shaped perforations. But what we also have in the bell beaker and also early Bronze Age in the rest of the country, for example, Mako, it doesn't matter, you don't have to remember that. We have some, typically we have these mandibles, and arborally there's a notch in them. I'll get back to them later. We have these tools always made on radius, a horse or cattle radius with a perforation medial-laterally and a dorsal facet. These are typically called ice skates in the literature, but I don't believe for 1 minute that they really were ice skates. And also typical of our sites is a lot of scrapers made from split boar tusk. And this is another kind of probably thong smoother, these two. We also have these kinds of, these sites have these kinds of what they're called harpoons in the literature. Whether they're harpoons or not, it's not clear, but there's certainly analogies across Europe and actually in South America as well, of the exact same form. And just to get back to the early Bronze Age thong smoothers, there have been suggestions from sites, early horse breeding sites in Kazakhstan where these things also occur, that they're connected to controlling horses because you need leather straps for controlling horses. You're not only eating them, you're somehow controlling them, and maybe they're being ridden. Yeah. Here's some of the variants. And these are from Kazakhstan. They're from, as you see, 2800 BC, and it's part of experimental work that was done by Sandra Olsen about 20 years ago. And looking under a scanning electron microscope and with the experimentation, it is pretty clear that these were used to make straps of leather more flexible. So it's not unreasonable to think that these are thong smoothers. And probably connected, because this is, the bow tie site is connected to one of the first domestication of horse in Eurasia. And just to show you that 51% of the butchered bones at our early Bronze Age sites are what is surely domesticated horse. In previous periods, horse makes up about 1% of the faunal material, and it has always been assumed that it's a wild horse, not domesticated. But suddenly you have this flow of horse into the region. Yeah, so I think what happens, and these are of course later, much later instruments connected to controlling horses, but by the Middle Bronze Age, this 51% has shrunk again to maybe 5 or 6% of the entire faunal material. And it looks like horse is also developing a kind of a higher status within the society. If they're eaten, they're not butchered in the same way, at least in our region. And they come accompanied by these really fancy bridal ornaments. What I think we're seeing here is this idea of controlling horses and ornamenting a high status animal with beautiful objects. It seems in large part to begin in the Carpathian Basin, but you see it moving all the way up into Scandinavia, across Europe and Scandinavia, with the same kind of objects appearing all the way in Scandinavia at a slightly later time period. So there's, again, these are all objects being worked with metal and highly connected to the horse. So there's a synergy between these three sets or classes of objects, if you want to put it that way. Yeah, another thing that appears in this time period are very simple objects which are everywhere. Again, I think it's connected to the fact that people are moving between regions and new ideas, new techniques can also move with them. For example, there are these, remember I told, sorry about that. I told you these are this early Bronze Age radius tools with a facet on the dorsal face. But you have them in the Black Sea region by the end of the Middle Bronze Age and into the Late Bronze Age. In Slovakia, they're all over the place. And these are, it looks to me that this is made on horse, but this is made on aurochs. And from the same Slovakian site, you also have a radius made from capriolis of roe deer and caprine, sheep or goat radius. So it's made on on every species you can imagine, but little ones, big ones, and they're all over the place. They're in Hungary, Black Sea, Slovakia, probably Czechoslovakia, but I haven't seen anything published, and I know you have them in Poland. So, and these are the Hungarian. The Hungarian version lacks the mediolateral hole, but it's basically the same artifact, which it sticks around for about 200 years and then disappears again. So, again, the Bronze Age is a time of fast spread of ideas that then go out of fashion. The Baltic. Now that is a very strange part of the world because they're, the way they date things, I think Justina must be really familiar with this, but they're Bronze Age. it begins when our late Bronze Age starts again, but this is what they're calling Bronze Age. Yeah, yeah. And they, furthermore, they don't have much red deer, which is, again, a very strange notion for me coming from Hungary. They have moose. If they're making anything from antler, it's generally from moose, alces, antler. These pictures were contributed by Heidi Luik from Estonia. I thank her very much for being so kind as to send me these nice pictures. But for example, these bone arrowheads, all sorts of tools made from bone. These, she thinks, are spearheads. I don't know exactly why she thinks it, but these are all objects that come from excavations at fortified settlements, so maybe that's a reasonable hypothesis. Another thing that is characteristic of the Bronze Age in Europe is that you begin to see imitations between different media, between amber and antler, between metal objects that are then, you find the equivalent in especially antler. So this is something that's quite characteristic, and of course I couldn't resist my favorite imitation, which is this does come from Denmark, and it's a beautifully made flint dagger, but it's a copy of a metal dagger. So it's this desire for metal objects which might not be so available. You reproduce them in another media. From Hungary, I think that the way they fashion this antler bracelet is not unlike this gold bracelet from a late Bronze Age hoard find, also more or less from the same time period. Here we have your Terramata. Here is a comb made from bronze and a comb made from antler. From Heidi's area, we have, this is amber, and these are toggles or buttons made from antler. And here we have bone and antler pins that have exact parallels with metal pins. So this imitation is something, again, that is typical of the general time period. Yeah, and I think this is something that we came to the conclusion is really critical. How much access do ordinary people have to a range of metal tools? As I say, I think more or less everyone south of the Baltic had their little axes by their sides, little metal axes, but whether they, for example, in my region, I don't think that everyone had access to knives or other kinds of tools that could be used to work antler in particular. And household life is quite different in the Bronze Age from the lives of I think we can say that an elite is beginning to develop in Europe, but what's going on in the household is much more conservative and much less fancy than is going on in say, semi-specialist workshops producing objects for elites. So, and the availability of metal determines how widely it's being used to produce either bone or antler. So For example, Noel has bone artifact objects which are being worked with metal, and I have one piece from an early late Bronze Age site where it was clearly a bone artifact, was clearly worked with metal. Another let's call it innovation or change from the Neolithic, different ways of drilling. This is a piece from Middle Bronze Age levels at a site I work at in Hungary, and you can see the perforation is made with a good old drill from one side, and it's kind of typical. In my region, by the late Bronze Age, clearly different kinds of drills or perforating instruments are available, and so very typically you get these clean perforations, which really mark a difference from earlier periods. This is the most bizarre object I've ever seen in my life. It's a human femur from a early late Bronze Age site in southern Hungary. I have no idea what it was used for, but they drilled the hell out of it. Yeah. Also, with the metal, it gives the opportunity to make much more complex forms. So I'm showing here a lot of the Terramata because they have the most beautiful antler working, in my opinion, in Europe. Look at these antler projectile points and these fabulous spoked, God knows what they are, objects, these. You don't want to guess what they are. Yeah, right. We have a, yeah, maybe. Pins. Yeah, yeah. It's crazy stuff. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like a wheel. But we had this discussion that the wheels that we're familiar with don't have spokes yet at this period. In Hungary at the end of the Bronze Age, there's some chariot finds with spokes. But previous to that, all the wagon models have their solid wheels. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, solid, no spokes, right. Oh.
Boy, with my English is a bit. No, it's just to say we have a little like tongues in ceramic, and the wheels are made of without these things. They are plain. They are spokes, and so they make that way. They have in this is Middle Bronze Age, well, the end of Middle Bronze Age for Terramar, but and so we have the wheels, the wooden wheel, who are in the same model. So it's for this, because there was a, seems to be for wagon, no function. Okay. Put your...
Anyway, I think the Bronze Age is also a time for all sorts of crazy decorative objects that don't make any sense at all for comfort, but are really extravagant and elaborated in metal, for example. Yeah, combs. That you have these amazing, elaborate combs. This is in ivory, the Terramata combs. We don't have combs in the Carpathian Basin, at least not combs made from antler. Maybe and probably they're making them from wood, but they don't preserve.
We went to you see the title Spanish or Italian phenomenon is not it was just to, because I would like more later maybe we consider all these combs because we are the only two countries where they are like this. Why they don't and so it will be interesting that go on the study of this more to understand what they are, if they are the same wear of functional wear, and what's happened always is because Spain and also Portugal is the same, and there is Italy. In France, I don't know. Combs from Great Britain are very, very different, and after in the north, I don't think there. And your part, no, nothing, and in your part the same, and Poland or Serbia, no, I don't know. So why? Because they are very, very new. So maybe next project.
But it's easy to study what's not there. It could be that they are making them from wood in our region, but it's a question of tradition.
Yes, but it's different. Wood is different if they are made. The function is different. It's really different. It's not a problem. They are in wood, I think.
Or horn. They could be making them in
Horn, yes. This I can think. Because wood in Switzerland they have, but it's really different.
But horn doesn't stick around either, so we'll never know. Yeah, another innovation for the Bronze Age is pinning, putting things together using pins. Here's a small dagger. You can see it has a pin right there. This is another complex object. It's made with bone, wood, and bitumen. I still don't understand what this stuff is, but it's bitumen. It's hard for me to understand. Here's a flat antler blade embedded in an antler cylinder with an antler pin from Terramata. Here's something else that's been pinned, which is ivory. And here are some strange bone objects from a site in Hungary where there's a bone pin that's used to fix something within these handles, maybe a leather strap. Yeah. And we also have plugs with these complex holes in them made from antler, and on the famous site of Toseg, they can become quite elaborated, very beautiful. Yeah, and here is another example of a not very pretty artifact, but you can see it's been this inlay, or whatever you want to call this way of filling the interior of the antler. They've been pinned together with another antler pin. So conclusions, because we really didn't want to take up too much of your time with this talk. what is important in Europe is how different the different regions are. I use the word differentiated, but what I really mean to say is that what is Bronze Age and the development of the Bronze Age really differs from region to region. You have different economic spheres which are mutually interrelated. So you can have bone objects used to make ceramic objects, metal objects which are mixed with antler or ivory. But the household traditions are very conservative, and where it comes to bone, not much effort is put into the creation of the bone. All these traditions serve to maintain a kind of social cohesion within the region, but what's important now is with horse, people are moving farther afield, and so they're beginning to wear objects, fashionable objects, which have a meaning to an audience which is much greater than the local settlement or even region that they live in. So this is the function of those horse, the fittings for the horse harness, which are quite ubiquitous in the Carpathian Basin all the way up to Scandinavia. Antler types especially become much more diverse than in previous periods. And the methods of production also can be quite widespread, even for very simple types. So these strange radius mangles, whatever they are, which are super widespread because clearly the idea, the technique of whatever they're used to produce, that idea has also spread. And I think that's it. We're finished. You're relieved. Are there any comments, questions, debate? Rotten tomatoes? No. No. Can we escape? Okay, good.
I see that when you show something with the mouse, because there doesn't show here. I see that you things you show. If there's so now he's going to speak Selena, who is speaking about antler technology in the late Neolithic and early Bronze Age, on the Vucedol culture, Serbia culture. No, it's still in Serbia. No, partly. Yeah, it's the boundary. Yeah, a moment of the end of Neolithic, beginning of Bronze Age, moment where we have few information. No, so it's very important to have this communication to know like this moment. Thanks.
So is it okay now with the microphone and everything? Okay, okay. So good morning, everyone. And first of all, I would like to say thanks to Juan for enduring in organizing this meeting. So finally, we are here 2 years later. What I will be presenting you today is a paper that I compiled with my colleague Vedrana Kristofic, who could not be here because she has to finish her PhD. And we combined together sites that we analyzed from the Vucedol culture from the Neolithic early Bronze Age Vucedol culture. So you can see here some of the short archaeological background regarding Vucedol culture, where it was widespread. So it was widespread in the southern Carpathian Basin and Western Balkans, and this means present-day countries of Croatia, Hungary, Serbia, Bosnia and Herzegovina. And at the time when this culture was the most widespread, it also comprised a small portion of Austria, Slovakia, and Slovenia. So usually in terms of classical chronology, it is labeled as the late Chalcolithic early Bronze Age, and you can see here some absolute dates for after Starschen Forenbacher, the classical phases between 2900 and 2600 BC, and we have more dates, C14 dates coming up with these past few years, so perhaps later, within the next few years, we'll have better relative chronology for the early and the classical phases. Vucedol culture is very famous for its extraordinary material culture, and especially by its ceramic material with very highly decorated pottery and with strange objects made from ceramics, some ornithomorphic vases and stuff like that. So the focus of early archaeologists was on these extraordinary ceramics, also on traces of early metallurgy, and the sites of the Vucedol culture are often tell sites with important and thick stratigraphy that were very interesting to be excavated, especially in the first half of the 20th century. So the problem is that since the majority of these sites were actually excavated in the first half of the 20th century, so our sample bias, we have a sample bias and our assemblages are not very well excavated in terms of modern methodology, meaning that they were excavated with the methodology of the previous times and that not all the bones were carefully collected, and we also lack a lot of information regarding the stratigraphy, the context and stuff like that. So there are 3 sites from which we have larger assemblages that we will include into this presentation. This is Zok, Vucedol and Sarvaj, and lately only several smaller assemblages were published for Hungary by Erika Gall, but they are usually comprised like 10 or 20 objects or something like that. So we have this problem with sample bias and the secure stratigraphy, but we do have a lot of important information, and we will focus our talk on antler, although we have in both of these 3 sites also artifacts produced from bones and from both tusks, because it's the antler where we have the best evidence for using the metal tools. So to provide a brief overview for each site, so this is the site of Zok, which is actually situated in present-day Hungary, near the town of Peć in Baranja, and it was excavated in 1920 by National Museum in Belgrade, so the material today is stored in Belgrade, and the excavator, Dušan Karapanđić, actually collected as carefully as he could all the faunal material. So there are boxes and boxes of faunal material in the National Museum. There are also several selected artifacts, and when I checked the faunal material, I took out even more of these bone objects. So we have them approximately like 400 items, some of them complete, some of them fragmented, so we can assume that there were probably much more than that. So you can see also on this picture how the excavations look like. So this is a large trench in the middle of the tell that was excavated, and then they cleared out the pits that they have noticed. So this is an overview of what we have at Zok. Okay, this is it. So we have a large amount of debris of manufacturing, remains of the manufacture, including both technical pieces, semi-finished items, and simple debris. And we have on them a lot of traces of being worked with the different metal tools, as you can see here. And when we are talking about actually finished tools, you can see some of these most characteristic types that we have. So some of them are like large perforated tools with the cutting edge. Some of them also will combine tools that have traces of being used as hammers, as we can see on their basal parts. Also here are several more of the same or similar type. And there are also some objects looking like this, such as these toggle-shaped harpoon-shaped objects, some decorative and other peculiar objects. Second site that we are going to include is the site of Sarvaš, which is located near Osijek in northeastern Croatia. So, although these sites are in different countries today, there is not a large difference in space between them. And it was also excavated in the first half of the 20th century, so part of the material is today stored in the Museum of Osijek, approximately 70 artifacts that I have studied, and there are also additional like 20 or something artifacts that are stored today in the Archaeological Museum in Zagreb. So again, we still have this problem with the sample bias and with the stratigraphy, because as I mentioned earlier, all of these sites are tell sites. So usually the horizons are the largest and the thickest, but they also have some smaller traces, usually from the Neolithic or from the earlier Chalcolithic periods. Also here we can notice that the red ear antlers predominate. They are followed by bones. And you can see also here some of the examples of what we have in the assemblage. Also here at this site we have a lot of large amounts of the manufactured debris and semi-finished items. And when we are talking about finished items, you can see here that again we have the same or the similar types, those heavy-duty tools that were used for cutting and for percussion. And here are a few more examples of these. And then again, also at Sarvaš we have these artifacts that look like shaped harpoons. And the last site that we will include today is the site of Vučedol. This is the eponymous site of the Vučedol culture, which is located in Vukovar in northeastern Croatia. And the first excavations were actually carried out in the 19th century, and then later in the first half of the 20th century. And there are also some revision excavations that were renewed relatively recently. But veteran and I, we included only the material from the older excavation because the material from the new excavation is not yet available for the study. And there is approximately 200 artifacts that are stored today in the Archaeological Museum in Zagreb from these excavations in the 19th and the early 20th century. So again, we have here a lot of red ear that dominate, but we also have very nice bone tools produced from bones as well. So again, the Vučedol assemblage as well also has large amounts of this manufactured debris. And when we are talking about finished tools, you can see also here a couple of examples of these similar type tools like this one. And again, a few more examples, and also we have some finer items in Vučedol as well. So when we are trying to summarize what we have in common on these three sites, when we are talking about the raw material selection, we can notice that we have mainly red ear, so predominantly red ear, and but there are also a few examples of roe deer being used as well. And these are mainly shed antlers, but we also have some of the antlers that were actually taken from the animals that were hunted, so they were killed. And all segments of antler were used. So we have basal parts, we have these beam segments, and we even have some small pieces like cortex pieces of cortex, and the final tips of the tines that were used. When we are talking about the manufacturing techniques, so we can notice that the first phases of the debitage phases, we can have hacking, edzing, or chopping antler into large antler pieces to be cut into smaller pieces to be further modified. And we also have traces of transversal sewing. And when we are talking about later phases of manufacture, façonnage, we also again have the use of sewing. We have scraping. We have perforation that were made by first scraping, then drilling, and we even have decoration that was made by incisions. And as we notice on all three sites, we have evidence for very significant production. That means the presence of working areas or workshops. So you can see here some of the examples. So this one was most likely cut with some large cutting tools. So we have these large marks here, although they were smoothed later for use. And on this semi-finished, this manufacturing debris piece, you can see here also traces of how it was cut. And then when we are talking about the finer traces of use, so we have, usually they were cut from all sides, and then final piece would be just, broken off or snapped off. You can see also here examples, and for example, on the basal part of this harpoon, we can also notice that it was finalized with the scraping. So the entire outer surface of the antler was fully scraped to make it completely nice and smooth. So this brings us to the question, what metal tools were they using? Because we don't have a lot of metal findings from the Bronze Age, because the metal tools were very often and heavily recycled, so the findings of the metal tools are quite rare. So these two axes were found at the Vučedol site, and my guess is that there were at least two types of tools. Some tool that was used was some heavier tool, probably looking like this, some sort of an axe or adze that was used for these early stages, for this cutting and chopping. But later, in later phases, they must have had some smaller, finer tools, perhaps some sort of a blade or a saw that was used, and that was probably, we can't find it because this is a type of tool that was rather smaller, that was quickly and easily recycled, probably multiple times. What is interesting also to know is that Vučedol site is famous for traces of metallurgical activities. So beside these large metal tools, we also have molds, we also have traces of furnaces that were probably used for melting, and even some of the excavators think that this was a large metallurgical production center. So whether Vučedol is an exception, or we haven't found any traces of metallurgical activities yet, or that's well preserved on other sides, is another question. But we do have a very large production of the metal objects within the Vučedol culture. Now, when we are talking about the topology, the topological repertoire of these tools, so we can also notice there are several groups of antler tools that were produced with metal objects. So we have these heavy-duty tools that were different chisels, wedges, axes, adzes, and also these combined tools such as hammer axes or something similar to that. We have something that was most likely used as a hunting or fishing gear with these harpoons, and we also have some decorative or non-utilitarian items. So I singled out some of these most characteristic tools to see more in detail. So usually these heavy-duty tools, they were produced from the basal part of the antler. So sometimes they were from shed antlers, but sometimes, as you saw earlier, they have this part of where they were removed from the skull. So sometimes this part is additionally modified with cutting small pieces, and we have traces of use usually located on this part. So this part is heavily abraded from use. They have usually circular or elliptical perforation here that was used for probably wooden handle. And the other end, the distal end, is modified into some sort of a cutting tool. And you can also see here how other tines were removed by this fine technique of being cut off in circle and then snapped off. I also find quite interesting this type of what is usually labeled toggle harpoons. So they look like very much the toggle harpoons that were already found in numerous other parts of the world, including Eskimos, who produce them from copper. And they are usually produced, we have even several pieces that were most likely semi-finished harpoons. So they were produced from tines. These tines were completely scraped off, so all the irregularities of the antler on them were completely removed, so that they really don't have any of their natural surfaces anymore. So traces of scraping cover all the surfaces, and they have perforation. They're cut like this, and they usually have this like a notch or a perforation here, probably for fastening. So now we don't have a lot of them. So I have just one from Zok, I have 3 from Saros, a couple of them from Vučedol, and they're all complete. But since I mentioned earlier we have sample bias, I have no idea if there were, for example, tiny tips that were broken off that were not collected. So, and we also have only these very fine examples, so maybe there were some that were less carefully made. So we don't know if these were just special tools used for hunting and fishing, or we have also items like this, but less carefully made, that were more common and more commonly used, and perhaps even lost during fishing. They were used. They do have traces of use. So these tips usually have this polish from being used. I do think that they were some sort of a hunting and fishing gear used, but whether they were the only ones or how they were used, it's still there's still a lot of questions. And also we have some types of tools that were produced from antler that are quite fine tools, and particularly I was astonished when I discovered these in the Zok assemblage. So they are, as you can see here, this is 1 centimeter, they're very small rods, and they are not broken off, so this is smoothed here and here, so they were not needles, they were not points, and some of them have incised decoration, like this one here, and this one here, and this one has just these traces here, so everyone is unique, and this is what I have from Zok. I heard rumors that there are some similar types found and new excavations of Vučedol, but we don't have them in the earlier excavations, so probably they were too small to be noticed. And also this piece here, it's made from antler. It looks like a bead, but it's not bead, it's not completely hollow, so it was most likely used as some sort of a pendant. So antler and very small pieces of antler were also used and produced with metal tools into fine objects like this. So we have a lot of problems with sample bias and scarce data on stratigraphy on these items. But we can notice that the antler was very important in production in terms of both quantity and quality. So antler was acquired in large quantities. They were, it was collected probably as some sort of systematic activity, because we have large amounts of these shed antlers. They were also obtained by hunting. And unlike bone tools, which some of them were produced as ad hoc tools, or expedient tools, we have some very carefully and very well made antler objects, although some of them are actually also made more expedient manner. We have, as I mentioned earlier, a very big question: what type of metal tools they were using, and this is the thing that we must focus further. And what we can notice is that despite usual perception by some of archaeologists that Óseas raw materials decline in quantity, quality, and importance overall when metals appear, we can see on Vučedol culture that this is absolutely not the case. It's quite a contrast that actually antler industry is on the rise. It becomes more and more important. So we have large production of antler artifacts. This production is very standardized, and we can actually hypothesize that the metal was used in order to make this production quicker, more standardized, and to actually produce more, because they needed a lot of these antler tools. Perhaps many of these axes and edges were actually used to cut off trees that they needed a lot of wood for metallurgical activities and for their making this fine pottery that they were producing also in large quantities. Perhaps they needed wood for other activities as well. In comparison with the bone industry, which I didn't have the time to present here, which is also standardized but with less effort investment. And what I also think is very important is that actually metal tools are quite abruptly appearing to be used for production of bone. Although we don't have a lot of information regarding the middle and the late Chalcolithic in the region for Baden and Kostolac, few assemblages that I have seen have absolutely no traces of metal tools being used whatsoever. So we have sudden large use of metal tools in the Vučedol culture. And also we have no idea how much metal tools were widespread generally in the Bronze Age in the Carpathian Basin, because from Maroš culture, for example, we have predominantly the evidence of bone items from graves, which are ornaments, and they don't seem to be produced with the metal objects, and we don't have a lot of Maroš culture settlement assemblages analyzed yet, so we don't know whether we have in the settlements any traces of metal tools or even this large antler production. Vučedol culture definitely has possible workshops, at least at large tell sites and perhaps in other sites as well. And we can notice that overall we have increased standardization, and we can also claim that we have possible emergence of specialization in this period and regarding the antler tools. Thank you. I was on time, 20 minutes. Sorry.
Someone have question? I have one. Excuse me, Alice.
Don't expect to handle technology. Switch off the microphones. Oh my God. Okay, is it safe? Okay. So I'm just wondering whether you think maybe these Vulture sites, tell sites, are looking more to the Anatolia, for example, than to the Carpathian Basin, because the Belbeker are just, which are more or less contemporary, or early Najrev in Hungary. It's really much more primitive, and it's not so far away, but their gaze is maybe more to the west, and the gaze of the Vucedol is more to Anatolia, because at this time period in Anatolia, you have a lot of sophisticated use of metal tools. I'm just a question. Speculation.
Well, I think that at least what we have so far is that we have some of these large tell sites, such as Zog, such as Vucedol, such as Sarvash. But we also notice there are some Vucedol sites that are much smaller. So perhaps there is some sort of functional differentiation between the sites. So that we have some that is large production center and some sites that are just, common small villages working on wheat and stock breeding. So.
You have a question?
No, una cuestión solamente, como vamos a ir, era que este congreso se está retransmitiendo online y quisiera mi reconocimiento a los compañeros de taller de imagen de Diputación que hace días están trabajando para que todo salga bien. Ayer y hoy están a los mandos de esto, está saliendo muy bien y por eso no quería dejar pasar mi reconocimiento público a estos compañeros que están posibilitando que este congreso y los que vengan se realicen impecablemente, nada más que eso. Lo que quiero decir en público
I would like to introduce Rosalia Christidou from northern Greece, who is going to give a paper on the use of metal tools from the standpoint of the bone artifacts from the 4th to 2nd millennium BC, North Greece and Southeast Albania. And Rosie, you have
Yes?
the floor.
Thank you. Okay. Do you listen to me? Okay. Good morning to all of you. The talk focuses on the mainland of the North Aegean.
Recording in progress.
Hello? Oh, okay. The talk focuses on the mainland of the North Aegean, where the use of metal tools in prehistoric bone working, in the Bronze Age in particular, is studied since the 2000s by analyzing marks on bone artifacts. Let me start with some background information about the area. It does stop? Yeah. In the north, as indeed in the Central and South Aegean, the social role of the metals is emphasized in the literature, especially after 1972 and the publication of The Emergence of Civilization by Colin Renfrew. The reasons, or at least some of them, the regular use of the metals in ornamentation and in weaponry, often accompanying burials, their low visibility in the settlements, and hoarding in remote places, contra Minoan Crete, where such deposits. Hello? There is a problem? Okay. Contra Minoan Crete, where such deposits occur in settlements and the palaces, and are often attributed to artisans, carpenters, for instance. Central and South Greece, after 2500 before the Common Era, constitute, though, one of the spatial and temporal aspects from which one views the societies in the north. In the Central and South Aegean, differentiation among communities and households depicted on mortuary practices and on architecture, specifically the corridor houses, is often related to institutionalized local hierarchies. There is also evidence of centralized storage and uneven distribution of craft products and raw materials, including metals from various origins. For example, Attica, Lorion in particular, the Cyclades, the Rhodope Mountains in the north, which is a border between Bulgaria and Greece, and Cyprus, the most important copper producer of the East Mediterranean until late antiquity. These phenomena preceded the palatial centers, which had a rather brief life between approximately 14 and 1200. Although not uniform and ubiquitous, these developments were dramatic, and it is no surprise that archaeology has maintained a strong focus on the Central and South Aegean, as well as Minoan Crete, for more than a century now. Another aspect to look at the north is the north at large, characterized since the Neolithic by regionalism, that is, organizational and cultural variety and an emphasis on communality at the expense of stable hierarchical political structures. That said, the North Aegean communities were not isolated. They were not non-competitive and did not remain unaffected by their neighbors. A 30-year period of constant archaeological activity in the area has shown affinities and networking among regions to the north and the south. Thus, the discussion of data available from the plain of Korce in southeast Albania is not at odds with my purpose today. This plain and the North Greek mainland had strong links since the early Bronze Age. Studying the north is also dealing with gaps in space and time. There are those resulting from research less extensive than in the south. Moreover, the landscape is diverse and dynamic. This blue oval shows the extent of the sea in the third millennium. Not all regions have been or can be equally surveyed and excavated. The region around the Thermai Gulf, or Gulf of Thessaloniki, is the most systematically investigated of the Late Bronze Age. It is a key to the research of the final Late Bronze Age, which is not represented in all excavated settlements or has so far been very little explored. It is also represented at Sovian in the plain of Korte, to which I shall refer later. Considering the initial Bronze Age, its dating is constrained not only by the radiocarbon plateau between the 34th and 30th centuries, but also the scarcity of dates and sites of the 4th millennium. This situation is related to the disruption of habitation observed on numerous 5th millennium sites in the regions and adjacent regions in the East and Central Europe. It has been painted as a collapse of the Copper Age communities triggered by climate hazards and by invasions from the Pontic Caspian steppes. It is a bizarre situation since recent studies revealed that the South Balkan and the Aegean 5th millennium settlements were abandoned at different moments between 42 and 3700. There has been movement toward high elevations and caves, but this is not a widespread phenomenon, as one thought it to be. Moreover, after 3600, there is movement toward the coasts, a phenomenon well defined and dated on the island of Thasos. Such movements are also typical of the Bronze Age period in the Aegean. The major fossil directeur, the pottery, indicates hybridization of vessel forms and ornamentation modes, as well as innovative designs fashionable in the early Bronze Age, occurring as early as the early 4th millennium. The general impression is that the 4th millennium is a period of old and new manners amalgamating and continuing into the Bronze Age. Another problem is the Middle Bronze Age, which is a ghost period. It's a relatively short period, comparable in many respects to the late early Bronze Age. It is not detected on the mainland east of the Strymon. Maybe you know it better as Struma River. Sorry. It is detected on some sites in the central and west parts of the region, in the plain of Korte, and mainly on coastal sites around the Thermai Gulf, as well as the island of Thasos and Samothrace. Although it has been considered as a period of population decrease and settlement abandonment, complete or partial, in many parts of the Aegean, the research is so far inconclusive. Overall, the Bronze Age shows an expansion at various environmental settings and a steady increase of sites in the early Bronze Age and in the late Bronze Age. The predominance of tell settlements since the early Bronze Age underlies the importance of the permanence of the households, which set the social and economic agendas in the following centuries. Storage facilities and capacity in the houses became, like in the South, one of the most conspicuous characteristics of the pursuit of self-sufficiency, at least after the 15th century, as a means for acquiring power over other houses or settlements and mobilizing workforce for communal constructions, especially in the late Bronze Age. These people also were busy in exchanging trade goods from the south, like the Mycenaean pottery and the other outstanding artifacts from the north. Anyway, the pursuit of self-sufficiency is well illustrated by the bone tools. Contrary to the Neolithic, the production of the most basic tools, awls, cutting-edge tools and smoothers became unified, suggesting households focused on production output. These tools were made from carefully chosen broken bones, possibly often found in food refuse. Time and skills were now kept for particular tool forms, such as large awls made from red deer metapodials, also tools made from red antler, which were perforated for hafting and pegging. These tools were mostly hammers, as the one shown on the slide, and cutting-edge tools. At the same time, new forms, widespread in the entire Aegean, entered the bone artifacts repertoire of the Bronze Age. These are handles made from metapodials, like the one on the left part of the slide, and the toothed implements were made on various bones, and are also found in most of the sides of the Aegean, as well as the temperate Balkans. But the metal knife, saws, and axes will be mostly associated with other objects which also entered the repertoire, and these are projectile points and ornamental specimens. Why would these tools, the metal tools, be infrequent or not available? Since the 5th millennium, the societies in the north of the Aegean are metal-using societies. In these areas, there are no mining sites like in the Northern Balkans, which were, to use Todorova's words, the metal boom took place in the 5th millennium. But there is good evidence for small-scale local metalworking, often from local sources. This metalworking includes copper smelting, possibly dated in the beginning of the 5th millennium, and this is a non-slagging production, which is common in the temperate Balkans. In the beginning of the 4th millennium, there is evidence for silver and lead smelting on the island of Thasos, following a complex method, encupellation, as it's known from Crete and the South Aegean. Gold was worked with hammering and annealing. Overall, there are not many objects found on the sites, but there are objects which are associated to metal production, to metal object production, whether they are for ornamentation or for the classical flat axis, and for chisels. The daggers, like the one found at Microthebes in the middle of the 4th millennium, are late finds, and they are mostly characteristic of the Bronze Age, the early Bronze Age. Otherwise, the tools are small. The bone was not worked during this period. I have no evidence for bone working using metal tools. There has been a hypothesis at Makrigalos, in the west part of the Thermite Gulf, possibly one used metal tools to butcher animals. But the best evidence we have is, again, the Bronze Age, and this was published by Haskell Greenfield, who worked in Serbia. The situation is fairly comparable in the next period, though the types of tools present are much more variable. There is arsenical copper since the 3rd millennium. The silver is used over a larger area than in the 4th millennium, while gold refinement is a very unusual finding. It dates to the end of the late Bronze Age, and it also, when it is compared to the finished objects of the site, one understands that there is circulation of materials and possibly objects, since the finished objects are often made from sources east of the struma. Anyway, there was circulation of objects also at larger scale. At Sitagri, in the northeast, a tin bronze O was found and dated in the 3rd millennium, and it probably came from Anatolia. But on this, small-scale metalworking is often found on Bronze Age sites and in all excavated sites of the late Bronze Age. During this period, there is also hoarding, and the biggest hoard is that the one from Petralon, near Thessaloniki. This it's about 40 chisels and 4 slip shaft axes of a circumpontic type, which shows connections with the north. These types are not present in the rest of the Aegean, but they were made from local sources, and at Mesimeri Tumba there are also molds used for this type of tools. People think that, in fact, metal tools were available, but the problem has been that, yes, bone was worked with them, but in very special circumstances. Moreover, in the early and the middle Bronze Age, the finds the objects worked with metal are very few. A compass was used on the fragment which from Dikilitage, which is dated between 2800 and 2600, and this is the only find from this period which was metal worked. Then it disappears. Even on Thasos, which is known for its mineral resources in all periods, historic and prehistoric, so far I have been unable to find bone worked with the metal. Then there are pins which show metal working. These, the pin shown here comes from Platia Magoulia Zarku in Thessaly. The fact that it was metal worked, but the grooves on the head are not very regular, it's not a problem, because always these grooves are irregular. And now I have started tests in order to understand if, in fact, these grooves were functional and people could this way attach fibers or other and cover these heads. The find is again dated to the 3rd millennium, and the same situation is seen also in the final Bronze Age. These grooves are always irregular. They do not care to finish them well, while the shaft is always well worked. There are sites where the analysis of the marks on the tools has advanced, and there is one pin from Angellohori, which is dated between the 15th and the 13th century, and this was metal scraped. Nearly all of the, because a large part of the pins made from deer antler as well as long bones from Sovian, and which are all dated to the final Bronze Age, were metal scraped. Now, what is important to know is if we can have similar results for the area of the Thermite Gulf. This is a very particular area. All the sites shown here are dated to the final Bronze Age. And this is the only area where all the sites are tells. After the 15th century, they are the only tells left in the Aegean. And some of them are extremely large sites. Thessaloniki Tumba is one of them. These moreover, they introduce a new type of pin, which is particularly long, varying between 130 and 140 millimeters. They are always curved. They are made from deer antler. In fact, they exploit the curved profiles of the deer antler in order to make them. And this object has been related with changes in personal adornment and self-representation, together with the use of purple dye and other objects related to the appearance of the individual during this period. But the study is pending. I share the houses with Konstantinos Kondros, and I hope we have results quite quickly this year. From Thessaloniki Tumba, there are no debris, reduction debris, manufacturing debris related to pin production. There are such debris at Sovian, where one used not only deer antler, but also the metapodials of red deer to obtain long bows, which had rarely curved profiles. They were for the long bows. They used constantly sewing, and to our knowledge, the saws are quite small, about 50 millimeters in length. The antler was split and was sewn only transversely, and then the product was thinned using percussion. This metal, this production could also be related to the manufacturing of projectile points, as the one shown on the right part of the slide. This is a type known from the Adriatic to the Thermite Gulf, down to the Thermite Gulf, and it was entirely made with using from a metal tool, and this is the case also in northern Greece. It is possible that these productions were in fact combined. The only site that presets these final Neolithic sites and that also produces manufacturing waste is Angellohori. there, in fact, most of the deer antler was manufacturing waste. Only an ad hoc axe, one pin, one fragment of chickpeas, and one or maybe two owls were found. All the rest of the material was pieces of antler, red deer antler and fallow deer antler, were percussed or sewn using metal. Such evidence is not, as I said, it is also a particular case, this site, but it can also be due to the fact that many areas were completely devoid of archaeological material because this tell was continuously leveled in order to build again houses. I will not enter, give more data. I will just discuss now some points which I consider very important. From the evidence available until now, the metal tools would be used to produce ornamental specimens, personal items, and projectile points, and some cheek pieces from deer antler and longbone metapodials. Until the 15th century, the evidence is sparse. Between the 15th and the 11th centuries, the evidence we have suggests small-scale artisanal activities. The spatial distribution of these activities could vary. It makes very difficult to measure the productivity. What we know is the small scale is defined because these productions do not exceed 10% altogether of the objects found on a site. The debris and the finished objects altogether. And their numbers are not very, very much important. They are no more, one has no more than 30 or 35 on a site. What is also important for me is the regular and specialized use of the deer antler, which is observed in the North Aegean since the final Neolithic or the Balkan Chalcolithic. The craft products of the late and final Bronze Age in the North Aegean point to a late stage of a long process which started with tool manufacturing. And then, when I consider the relative decline of the cheap stone tools during the Bronze Age, the increase of typological and technological variability in the bone artifacts, the simplification of the production of the most basic bone tools, but the selective use of the antlers for personal items or new introductions, such as the cheek pieces, for example, or the projectile points, and the specialized use of the metal implements, it looks to me as if there has been a kind of compartmentalization of the technical activities as well as the means of production. And this impression is also, for me, quite difficult to deal with, because we understand that the technical activities are small scale. One of the things I think, which I think considered to be urgent to be explored, is how such boundaries can develop and endure through time. And because what I see is that the investment is either on personal items and these new introductions. So they keep, let's say, alive the activity by multiplying the kinds of objects done, although in small number. Thank you. Hello?
Yeah. So we should save the questions maybe in writing because the communication back and forth is complex for poor, if that's okay, Rosie. We can send her the questions.
Not very well. Not very well.
So some really critical question, otherwise we send them to Rosie by writing. Okay? We'll send them to you. We'll send them to you.
We send to you any question. We send to you
Yeah.
because
Okay.
we could
Yeah.
make a
Okay.
Thank you very much,
Yeah.
Rosalia.
Thank
It's sad that we can not count with you in person, but thank you very much for your collaboration in the meeting.
I thank you for the invitation. If you have questions, you can use the chat. I can answer through the chat, or you send it by mail and I respond.
We will do that. Okay, thank you very much.
I thank you.
He's the master. So I'm not sure how to pronounce this, but it's Ruth Materias, Mekas. I'm not sure. And it's in Spanish. I think you should introduce this. Retorno a los milares. La industria ósea en el mundo funerio calcolítico. I have only a small idea what that means, but I'm there. Please, start.
Sí. Vale, gracias. Well, thank you. I'm going to speak. I'm going to speak in Spanish, but the presentation is written in English, so I hope it could be followed by English speakers. Thank you. Bien, en primer lugar, lo que quisiera es dar las gracias al Museo Arqueológico de Alicante y muy especialmente al doctor López Padilla por esta magnífica acogida que hemos tenido y que estamos disfrutando. Bien, yo voy a hablar un poco de la industria ósea de los millares en un trabajo que, aunque lleva algunos años, como es algo que hago un poco a salto de mata, es simplemente un trabajo que puedo considerar todavía preliminar. Bien, he preparado simplemente unas imágenes del yacimiento de los millares por si acaso alguno de nuestros visitantes extranjeros no lo conoce tanto como la inmensa mayoría de vosotros. Simplemente decir que es un yacimiento icónico en la historiografía española, que es un yacimiento muy importante por el tamaño que tiene, por la complejidad de su distribución arquitectónica y también por la riqueza de los materiales. Bien, como sabéis, Los Millares se desarrolla en un ambiente árido, pero en el momento en el que el yacimiento, por los datos que tenemos actualmente, está en su máximo apogeo, es un yacimiento que tiene digamos, un óptimo climático para lo que es el desarrollo del periodo. Sabéis que fue descubierto a finales del siglo XIX durante la realización del trazado de la línea férrea y que fue excavado principalmente por una persona que no tenía conocimientos arqueológicos ni siquiera en comparación con lo que era ese momento. Es el capataz de Luis Siret, al que Luis formó y que con ayuda de sus hijos fue el que realmente excava Los Millares. ¿Y esto qué supone? Pues supone bastantes problemas a la hora de recuperar el material y también a la hora de trasladarlo, y esto va a afectar directamente a la industria ósea. De todas formas, el trabajo de Flores y sus hijos puede considerarse realmente encomiable incluso hoy en día. Bien, esas primeras excavaciones nos proporcionan, tenemos datos de ellas a través de una serie de cartas y de cuadernillos que Flores y sus hijos van redactando. Esos cuadernillos luego los revisa Siret y realiza un par de documentos inéditos que son el libro de las sepulturas, que a modo de, es esto que tenéis aquí, a modo de listados informáticos actuales va organizando todo el material. Y el otro es el libro de los millares, que es el que sirve al matrimonio Leisner como base para realizar sus publicaciones. Ambos, como toda la colección Siret del archivo, está disponible en la web del Museo Arqueológico Nacional para quien quiera consultarlo. Con posterioridad a los trabajos de Leisner, como sabéis, hay excavaciones por parte de Martín Almagro y de Antonio Rivas, después retomadas con la colaboración de Fernando Molina, y actualmente pues siguen los trabajos a cargo de dos grupos de la Universidad de Granada, así como pues revisiones que venimos haciendo de las colecciones de nuestro museo. Bien, hoy voy a hablaros un poco de lo que es la industria ósea de la necrópolis. Los fondos del Museo Arqueológico Nacional recogen la mayor parte de los materiales recuperados en las excavaciones de Siret, pero estos afectan muy poco a la parte del poblado. Del poblado solo conservamos 2 casas y el fortín número 1, que tienen una buena cantidad de industria ósea, pero de características completamente diferentes a las que observamos en la necrópolis. Por los datos que tenemos actualmente, podemos pensar que muchas de estas tumbas estuvieron en funcionamiento durante casi un milenio y que se iniciarían a finales del 4º milenio y, como todo el yacimiento, desaparece en torno al 2200. Bien, Siret no era una persona especialmente interesada en la industria ósea. A ella le dedica menos atención de la que le dedica, por ejemplo, a los metales, pero es un hombre muy minucioso y sí que realiza incluso algunas pequeñas experimentaciones para ver cómo se elaboran estos objetos. Tenemos una colección muy amplia y, como os digo, tenemos la mayor parte de lo que corresponde a la necrópolis. En el Museo de Almería actualmente hay algunos depósitos nuestros allí, hay también el material de las excavaciones más recientes y algunas excavaciones clandestinas. Lo que más tiempo nos lleva a los que trabajamos en los museos no es tanto estudiar el material, porque muchas veces el tema, por lo menos en museos estatales, el tema de la investigación es algo que se pone en los papeles, pero al que no se le dedica nunca mucho interés ni se le da muchas ayudas. Una buena parte de la investigación en colecciones antiguas tiene necesariamente que dedicarse a saber que cada cosa está donde debe estar. Fijaros que la colección Siret fue enviada al Museo Arqueológico entre los años 33 y 34. En el estallido de la guerra, la colección permanece embalada y hasta los años 50 no empieza a desembalarse. E imaginaros que han podido ocurrir muchas circunstancias a lo largo de todo ese proceso y, por lo tanto, es muy importante que cotejemos esa información. Una buena parte, como os digo, de mi trabajo es cotejar esa información, dándole prioridad absoluta a la documentación de flores, tanto a esas cartas como a los cuadernos. En segundo lugar, a la interpretación y ordenaciones que hace Siret. Después, al desembalaje que hacen en los años 50 Trinidad Aracena y María Luisa Oliveros, dos personas que tampoco tenían formación como arqueólogos, pero que hacen un trabajo impresionante en muy poco tiempo. Finalmente, otra serie de inventarios, de manera que no es que pretenda que veáis nada en esa tabla, que no se ve nada, simplemente para que veáis que a veces es un trabajo muy farragoso el intentar cotejar esa información. Finalmente, abrir la caja y ver qué te encuentras. Bien, la industria ósea, como os decía antes, está muy afectada por el tipo de excavación que hacía Pedro Flores y sus hijos. Como os decía, aparte de los medios técnicos que tenían, están desplazados del lugar en el que ellos habitualmente vivían. Esto es una dificultad añadida a la hora de trasladar materiales de cierto peso. Por lo tanto, la industria ósea se ve menos desfavorecida que, por ejemplo, la cerámica. El propio Flores dice, he encontrado 7 botijas, me llevo 3. Entonces, la industria ósea creo que está un poco hiperrepresentada en el conjunto. Aquí lo que tenéis es la industria respecto al total de materiales. Tenemos alrededor de unas 10.000 piezas de los millares y unas 3.000 son de industria ósea. Aquí tenéis un poco la distribución por las distintas sepulturas que conservan industria ósea o que en la documentación figura que la tuvieron. Las filas que veis que se disparan es por el número de cuentas de collar, lo que llamamos cuentas de collar. Bien. La distribución por tipo de objetos está, por lo tanto, como volvemos a tener el sobrepeso de las cuentas, está muy volcado hacia lo que son los objetos perforados, los objetos, en su mayoría, esas cuentas. Vemos en la industria en conjunto una separación entre lo que podrían ser las industrias más sencillas, las que se basan en el aprovechamiento de los productos locales, respecto a otra serie de elementos excepcionales y normalmente realizados sobre materiales que llamamos exóticos. Están representados tanto la concha como el huevo de avestruz, el hueso, el marfil, el colmillo de jabalí y el asta, si bien en proporciones muy diferentes. Como os decía antes, la pequeña muestra que tenemos en el museo de lo que es el espacio de habitación de los millares muestra un conjunto de industria ósea muy diferente a la que vemos en la necrópolis. El conjunto del poblado está mayoritariamente definido por útiles apuntados y por los taxones más habituales en este tipo de yacimientos, predominando los ovicáptidos. En el caso de la necrópolis no es así. En el caso de la necrópolis, los materiales realizados sobre concha son los que resultan más abundantes, también por eso que os decía sobre el uso de cuentas de collar y sobre elementos de adorno sobre directamente gasterópodos, por ejemplo. Y la proporción que veis de huevo de avestruz está también posiblemente sobredimensionada por el tipo de información que tenemos sobre este material. El hueso, extrañamente, solo constituye alrededor de un 8% del total de materiales que conservamos y, como os decía, no está dominado, como suele ocurrir en otros conjuntos de nuestro calcolítico, por el grupo de los ovicápridos, sino que tenemos una buena representación de ciervo, de caballo y en menor medida, sí, de distintos bóvidos, grandes y pequeños, y de suidos, con un pequeño número de objetos realizados sobre huesos de ave. Estos tenéis aquí algunos de los tipos de objetos apuntados. En este caso son un poco excepcionales. La mayor parte de los apuntados son varillas planas, muy fragmentadas, tanto de marfil como de hueso. Y solo excepcionalmente encontramos este tipo de objetos adornados o esta especie de daga dentada, que está realizada sobre costilla y no tendría un valor práctico. También tenemos otra serie de objetos que podemos considerar que podrían ser mangos, como los que veis, algunos muy sencillos, tanto los realizados sobre asta como los realizados sobre huesos. El propio Siret describe alguno que se debió documentar directamente con la pieza de metal inserta. Y tenemos otro grupo de una mayor decoración, similar a lo que serían las bisagras romanas, y que de todas formas normalmente están realizados en hueso. En muy pequeño número hay una serie de ídolos cruciformes que seguramente responden a los primeros momentos de ocupación de las sepulturas que luego son reutilizadas en momentos muy posteriores y que son bastante raros en esta zona, los cruciformes sobre hueso. Y este ya no es una pieza de la colección Siret, sino de la colección Santa Olalla, que para nosotros todavía es mucho más complicada. No sabemos de dónde procede, pero a tenor de los que se conservan en el Museo de Almería, tal vez proceda de la zona de los fortines de los millares, porque tiene un tipo de trabajo, además del aspecto, es que tiene un tipo de trabajo completamente diferente a lo que vemos en el trabajo de las sepulturas. Uno de los rasgos más característicos que se han atribuido a los millares es los ídolos tolva y los ídolos falange. Los ídolos tolva se realizan sobre distintos materiales. Aquí tenéis uno realizado sobre hueso y realmente presentan una escala muy diferente. Tenemos de tamaños muy distintos y en el caso de los elementos más grandes que fueron analizados por el doctor Schumacher y que son de marfil, si os fijáis están atravesados, ya en el dibujo Siret se da cuenta de que están atravesados por una perforación profunda. Él los corta, este corte es uno de los que hace él para su analítica y probablemente este tipo de piezas que presentan un aspecto muy similar probablemente correspondan a usos o a funciones muy distintas. Bien, y con respecto a las falanges, que es otro de los elementos más característicos de los millares, tenemos un buen número de ellas que presentan trabajos diferentes y, por lo tanto, creemos que responden también a conceptos distintos. Bien, en el poblado parece que son mucho menos frecuentes, tanto por lo que hemos visto nosotros como por lo que ha estudiado Altamirano. En la necrópolis tenemos de momento detectadas 92, ya digo que sigo revisando materiales y seguramente saldrán más. La mayoría son de ciervo y en segundo lugar estarían las de caballo y hay muy pocas que sean de otros taxones y normalmente no están trabajadas. Bien, en el conjunto que vemos de las falanges trabajadas, normalmente, salvo una excepción que ahora os enseñaré, son piezas que requieren muy poquito esfuerzo para la modificación que presentan y que están bien decoradas o bien presentan unas fuertes ranuras o bien están abrasionadas a veces formando grandes cambios en el perfil de la pieza, o bien presentan perforaciones, o tenemos en cuenta también las que no están modificadas porque parecen formar parte del mismo conjunto que las que sí lo están. Y es curioso que la mayor parte de estas falanges estén realizadas sobre ciervo o caballo, que no eran las especies más disponibles ni las más fáciles de obtener. Esta es la única falange claramente decorada de los millares. Es una falange que se recuperó en Sepultura 7 y que no conservamos nosotros. Desde el principio fue transferida al Ashmolean Museum. Esta otra falange decorada simplemente presenta el triángulo púbico y es de las que pertenece a una excavación ilegal que conserva el Museo de Almería. Existe algún otro fragmento de falanges que presentan bastante coloración, bastantes restos de ocre, probablemente, tal vez, pudieran estar decoradas, pero de momento no lo podemos afirmar. De momento la única claramente decorada es esta. Como os decía, otras presentan fuertes ranuras que vemos en conjuntos muy dispersos de la cultura millares o completamente alejados de nuestra península, en yacimientos que presentan un buen número de falanges trabajadas, en el mismísimo trabajo que se ve en las de los millares. Como os digo, algunas son intencionalmente perforadas, a veces porque la abrasión es muy intensa y llega a perforar el hueso, pero otras veces es que claramente se ha producido esa abrasión, y que podrían responder a múltiples fines, entre otros el de ser un silbato, por ejemplo. Como os decía, otras tienen una fuerte abrasión que modifica sustancialmente el aspecto de la pieza, formando cuellos estrangulados o incluso cinturas. Y un dato que me parece interesante y que se ha visto en distintos grupos de lo que llamamos ídolos es que presentan, como os decía, en el caso de las tolvas, también presentan escalas en el caso de las falanges, y que se observa, ya os digo, en tolvas, en cilindros, en distintos grupos. Otro aspecto que me parece interesante tener en cuenta en el estudio de las falanges es la estabilidad. La posibilidad de que estas piezas se situasen de pie, porque la falange de ciervo, la falange de caballo tiene una cierta estabilidad natural, pero es que algunas de ellas están modificadas para mejorar esa estabilidad. Otro aspecto que tampoco está muy atendido, pero en los últimos años se han hecho algunos trabajos interesantes, es el tema del color. Tanto estas piezas que llamamos ídolos, como otra serie de elementos, por ejemplo, de adorno, como son estos botones, no los veis, pero son botones de apéndice, conservan restos de un colorante que se ha analizado. Nosotros no podemos analizar estas piezas, pero se han realizado en otros conjuntos una serie de análisis que nos permiten pensar que estamos ante algo similar. En el mundo ibérico, por ejemplo, hablan del uso de ámbar como recubrimiento, y fuera ámbar o fuera otro tipo de resina nos parece lo más probable. Esto sería una modificación del color, quizá con la intención de tapar la naturaleza del hueso y hacerlo más próximo al marfil, no lo sé, pero sí que hay una intención de cambiar la coloración. Y otro elemento también interesante es la posibilidad de elementos añadidos sobre esas piezas. En este caso lo que tenéis es una falange de caballo con restos de haber tenido sobre ella tejido. Estos son los restos de tejido que encontramos carbonizados en estos yacimientos y que son documentados por Siret en los distintos archivos. Bien, cuando presentamos esto hace unos cuantos años sonaba muy extraño, pero hoy en día ya no suena tan extraño considerar que todos estos elementos que durante tanto tiempo se llamaron ídolos puedan tener otras funcionalidades muy distintas. Lo que os decía, la posibilidad de que estas piezas se las quiera presentar por el motivo que sea de pie, la existencia de diversos juegos en el mundo preindustrial. Estos en concreto, el juego de las vacas del Valle del Pas se hace con madera, pero por ejemplo entre los inuit esto se hace exactamente igual con hueso. El juego de las tabas es un juego universal. Aquí veis a un niño que está jugando con un montón de falanges. Bueno, la información sobre el juego con hueso es muy amplia y recientemente se han publicado estudios del uso de estas falanges incluso como pequeños bolos para jugar a los bolos. También Materias y Sidra publicaron una comparación etnográfica sobre las posibilidades de esa identificación entre juegos, muñecas y estos elementos óseos. Esta es además es una falange recubierta de juegos inuit y las encontramos también, por ejemplo, en el Chaco argentino hay muchísimas falanges de hueso. Bien, En las sociedades industriales, preindustriales, la diferencia entre el mundo sobrenatural, el mundo mágico y el mundo cotidiano, pienso que eran mucho menos marcadas lo que tenemos nosotros ahora mismo. Y realmente la realización de un juguete puede ser muy sencilla. En este caso es una pieza que me llamó desde siempre muchísimo la atención, porque es simplemente una piedra atada con cuerdas y vestida con unos trapos, y es pues la muñeca de una niña pobre en una época no tan antigua, como veis, 1949. Bien, lo que os decía, no siempre se puede pensar que las fronteras entre lo mágico y lo cotidiano son tan marcadas, porque si a una de estas imágenes procesionales la desvestimos de todos los elementos que configuran ese carácter excepcional, pues nos encontramos muñecas que difícilmente identificaríamos con ese valor que le damos hoy. Pero es que además, se me ha ido una. Además, ese tipo de elementos, si os fijáis, esto es una Nancy, está integrado en las fiestas populares. Por ejemplo, estos son los entroitos gallegos, los carnavales, en los que esos elementos de juego pasan directamente a formar parte de la parafernalia de la fiesta. Bien, sobre colmillo de jabalí todavía he encontrado pocas piezas, pero no parecen tener, como en otros casos, un carácter de adorno, sino que más bien parece tratarse de espátulas o bruñidores. Tienen una faceta, un área de trabajo. Y con respecto al marfil, gracias a los estudios del profesor Schumacher, sabemos que procede tanto de África como de Asia. Pero queda muchísimo material por analizar. Las veces son fragmentos muy pequeños, ya os digo, hay bastantes varillas rotas que probablemente muchas de ellas son de marfil. Supone solamente en torno a un 1% del total de los materiales, pero si exceptuamos el caso de las caronias, la pieza más grande que conservamos corresponde precisamente a un material, a un elemento hecho en marfil. Con respecto a los peines, tenéis el de la izquierda, es un peine de marfil, con un trabajo muy diferente al que podéis ver en los peines que conservamos realizados en hueso. Tanto la pericia técnica que se aprecia en uno en otro, como el grado de intervención en tiempo sobre la pieza es muy diferente. Estos peines no presentan ningún tipo de coloración y estos además conservan todavía restos de pintura roja y negra. Bien, esta es la pieza que os decía, de mayor tamaño, y que gracias a los descubrimientos más recientes de Montelirio pues podemos asociar un poco a una función similar. Tiene todo el perímetro perforado y solamente está decorada en una de las caras, pero como veis pues se conserva un poco mal. Bueno, con respecto al huevo de avestruz, es lo que os decía, mientras no existan análisis más recientes no podemos estar seguros de que realmente la proporción de huevo de avestruz que tenemos sea tan alta. Solo contamos con los análisis que Siret manda hacer en Lovaina a principios del siglo pasado y que se concentran en un número muy alto en las sepulturas 12 y 63. No conservamos, también es lógico, en la sepultura nada más que cuentas. No tenemos fragmentos de huevo de avestruz, ni mucho menos, como en Montelirio, huevos enteros. Pero, bueno, estos son los análisis que manda hacer Siret. Pero sí, sabemos que en la línea de millares de fortificación han aparecido fragmentos de huevo de avestruz, pues a lo mejor sí existe la posibilidad de que hubiera algún tipo de trabajo en el propio yacimiento. Sea de lo que sea, estas cuentas, que por un microscopio es difícil observarlo, tienen en algunos casos un tamaño tan pequeño, no alcanzan los 3 milímetros en su diámetro máximo. Eso simplemente técnicamente es muy difícil de conseguir. Aquí tenéis el collar de los millares, que no es completo y que supone, Siret habla de 800 cuentas. Bien, de asta tenemos muy pocos objetos, tampoco es esperable que los hubiera y se trata de objetos muy sencillos con muy poca modificación. y el gran grueso de los materiales está centrado en la concha. El Millares se encontraba más cerca de la costa de lo que está hoy en día, pero los últimos análisis parece que no le dan un peso bromatológico muy amplio y, sin embargo, sí que se recogió muchísima concha para realizar objetos de adorno y otro tipo de objetos. Tenemos representadas una serie de taxones que son los más habituales y os voy a mostrar algunos de estos collares que por motivos museológicos los presentamos como tales collares, pero que realmente pues no tienen por qué responder a ese uso. Pueden ser parte de elementos de sonajas o pueden ser organizados, como sabemos también por Montelirio, cosidos a las capas y formando parte pues, de presentaciones muy diferentes. Y luego existe una serie de objetos que también últimamente se ha prestado la atención sobre ellos, que muchas veces son meros ecofactos, se recogen directamente en la costa sin mayor modificación y son utilizados como pequeños recipientes, como embudos, filtros o cucharas. Algunos de ellos, como esta patela, por ejemplo, estaban completamente cubiertos de ocre y conservamos también, incluso en la propia necrópolis, placas de pizarra que se utilizaron para moler y extender ese ocre. Existen otras posibilidades, hay una gran cantidad de objetos que pueden ser utilizados de formas muy diferentes. Y finalmente os voy a presentar las piezas que más me están llamando la atención últimamente, que son el relativamente alto número de caronias que conservamos y que, como sabéis, se suelen interpretar como trompetas sobre concha. Este tipo de objetos tiene una distribución geográfica amplísima y una distribución cronológica muy amplia, desde las paleolíticas encontradas en Francia hasta las que podemos tener nosotros en nuestros propios yacimientos neolíticos. Y, como sabéis, es un elemento que se ha venido utilizando en ámbitos preindustriales hasta fechas muy cercanas. Forman parte de la fiesta de Verdiales, forman parte de los medios de comunicación que utilizaban los pregoneros o de los medios de comunicación que se utilizaban no solo entre los marineros para avisar de tormentas o para avisar de la cercanía o lejanía de la costa, sino también entre las propias cuadrillas de campesinos en el centro de Castilla. O sea que son piezas muy utilizadas. Pero la transformación que se requiere para que un objeto de estos vibre es muy sencilla, simplemente con eliminar el ápice es suficiente, o bien se puede realizar una perforación. En algunos casos podemos encontrar los dos casos, tanto la perforación como la eliminación del ápice de la pieza. Tuve ocasión de poder contactar con un músico especializado en este tipo de instrumentos, Abraham Cupeiro, y con muy pequeña modificación del ápice es capaz, eso sí, él, de hacer sonar la concha de formas muy diferentes. Y como curiosidad os diré que utilizó una de estas conchas, no de Millares, pero una de estas, para la música que hizo para la serie de Hierro. Y es una música realmente muy curiosa. Bien, pues muchas veces veis que se recogen tal cual, ni siquiera es un uso de lo que es el animal, sino directamente de la concha recogida en la costa. Pero el problema que vemos en este conjunto es que no solamente en los Millares, sino que en otros yacimientos funerarios del entorno nos encontramos que todas ellas están intencionalmente destruidas. No sé si lo habéis visto bien. Bueno, sí, en esta se ve bastante bien. Están destruidas todas, intencionalmente rotas. Algunas que estoy recuperando en los almacenes, de los que no tengo todavía información sobre el contexto, pero que seguramente son de los Millares. Pero no encuentro lo mismo en los espacios de habitación, donde no hay esa destrucción. Probablemente pienso que quizá una razón pueda ser, como ocurre en el mundo ibérico con las falcatas. A lo mejor muerto el guerrero, muerto el usuario de la concha, se inutiliza y se entierra directamente de este modo. Bueno, pues para terminar, simplemente deciros que creo que hay dos grandes grupos en la industria ósea de los millares, uno que aprovecha los recursos del medio circundante y otro que está realizado de una manera mucho más minuciosa, con materiales muchas veces lejanos a los millares y probablemente, bueno, por supuesto, habla de redes de intercambio y probablemente también nos habla de posibles talleres especializados que quienes están estudiando ahora los materiales ibéricos proponen como posibles talleres itinerantes, que es también lo que hace unos cuantos años se propuso para el estudio de los complejos elementos metálicos del bronce final. Bueno, pues eso, queda muchísimo por hacer, pero de momento esto es todo. Y muchas gracias.
That's really impressive material. Oh my God. And lots of questions. Audience, please.
Vale, se oye, ¿no? Sí. Sobre los huesos de ave que has señalado al principio, ¿me escuchas? ¿Así? ¿Sí? Que sobre los huesos de ave que has dicho que al principio, ¿se sabe qué especies de ave se utilizan? ¿Y la funcionalidad de los objetos? O sea, ¿son tubos?
No sé sobre qué huesos están realizados todavía, pero se trata simplemente de cuentas cilíndricas cortadas transversalmente sin mayor modificación de momento. Puede aparecer algo más.
Vale, gracias.
Buenas. Me resulta muy curioso que haya este tipo de herramientas o este tipo de temas religiosos, de cierto tipo de animales que nosotros no los tenemos. Es decir, el avestruz, ¿cómo llegaba aquí tan lejanamente? O el marfil de elefante. ¿Eso hay algún dato de esa conexión?
Bueno, yo creo que hay bastantes artículos sobre las redes de intercambio. No sé si tan específicos como para reconstruir el proceso de esos viajes, pero si están aquí y sabemos que no lo tenemos en el registro, de algún modo han tenido que llegar. Ya te digo que, bueno, pues por ejemplo, a través de los trabajos de Tomás, pues fue la sorpresa de que no solo era marfil africano, sino que también era marfil asiático. Entonces, bueno, pues tenemos un contacto probablemente interrumpido, o sea, no directo, sino a través de distintas escalas. Pero sí, hemos tenido que tener redes de intercambio a lo largo de toda Europa porque no solamente son los materiales de los fauna que no tenemos ámbar de Sicilia, tenemos ámbar del Báltico, tenemos piedras duras de los Alpes, en fin, hay una serie de material. La varicita se mueve por la península, bueno, no sé si alguien ha reconstruido, solo desconozco exactamente el proceso, pero a ver las haylas.
Hola. Aparte de los ídolos y todos los objetos que hemos visto, ¿hay industria ósea normal? Es decir, punzones, alisadores, cinceles.
Hay muy poco. En el poblado sí, en las necrópolis no. Hay algún punzón, pero es que muy pocos, y hay, ya digo, la mayor parte de los apuntados son varillas facetadas, varillas bien trabajadas, que no parecen responder a un uso práctico, sino más bien pues, usos de indumentaria, sujeción, en fin, alfileres de cabeza, ese tipo de objetos. Están muy fragmentadas y bueno, hay que reconstruir porque ahora mismo pues, hay que hacer puzzles para ver realmente cuántas son, pero no llegan a un centenar, mucho menos.
Es posible que hubiese problemas no, que no se recogiera todo. O sea, fuera material poco vistoso, roto a la terrera.
A ver, por supuesto, en la cabeza de Flores y en las circunstancias precisas del momento no podemos estar, pero este tipo de enterramientos en los millares se conserva fundamentalmente huesos de las manos y de los pies, es decir, pequeñas falanges. Se recoge la tercera falange, o sea, la falangeta se recoge. Y, como os decía antes, el problema fundamental que tiene Flores es el peso. Entonces, en los objetos pequeños va a tender a recogerlos, pero los objetos pesados, por ejemplo, los betilos, cuando se encuentra un recinto de betilos, te dice directamente que se lleva uno o que había tantos, pero no los llega a recoger. Y lo mismo dice con la cerámica, mientras que los objetos pequeños los puede almacenar más fácilmente, los puede transportar más fácilmente, pueden estar sesgados, pero es más difícil, Ya te digo, recoge las falanges más pequeñas de niños.
Any other questions? No? Thank you very much. Okay, our next speaker will be Justyna Baron from Poland, and her title of her talk is Changes in Use of Flint to Metal Tools on Bone and Antler Objects in Bronze Age Poland. Justyna, the floor is yours.
Okay, I'm on. I would like to turn off the light because I have a lot of pictures that can be not sharp in this light, or not. It's not my presentation. Hello everybody, I'm the representative of the northern part of Central Europe in this case, so thank you for inviting me to this meeting, and today I would like to share you with our observations about flint and metal, about using flint and metal tools in working hard animal tissues. And let's start. So our research questions are: is there a simple transition from flint to metal? This is the eternal question, because if we believe in three epoch system, we expect these changes to happen. And the other question is flint entirely replaced in metal ages? This is not spoiler, we all know this is not true. The answer to both questions is no. So I would like to show you the example from southern Poland area. And also the methods. The first, we try to trace the production traces, so identification both of techniques and tools. And then we are looking for tools, which is also a big problem. So I would like to share you some case studies from today Poland. You can see that I focus mostly on some southwestern Poland. I work in Wrocław. Can you see the cursor? No. Okay. Is there any pointer? Sorry? Okay. Yeah, you can see it? No. Oh yeah, okay. Okay, nice, thank you. Yes. Okay, so still no. Sorry, I'm kind of pointing more on. Yeah, it works. Okay. So yeah, this is the main interest of our study because we work there and we have access to all the artifacts that are around. So as you can see, I would like to present you some material from early Bronze Age, from late Bronze Age, and also Iron Age, early Iron Age, because in Poland, this is all, usually this is analyzed together, late Bronze Age and early Iron Age, because this is clear continuation. So this is why these sites are usually analyzed together. So let's start with early Bronze Age. I know that early Bronze Age means completely different things in various parts of Europe, so I'm trying to be more specific. Here you have some rough dates about what I understand as early Bronze Age, which for most of you will be Middle Bronze Age, or okay. So we have two very clear traditions. One is Western ones, and the other is, let's say, Carpathian tradition. So in the Western, we have, for example, these daggers, which also you have in the Iberian Peninsula. We share the same tradition in metallurgy, this Unitica style, let's say. And I will start with the Maszkowice site. As you can see, it's in Carpathian Mountains, which is rather closer to Carpathian traditions. You can see some iconic pottery, for example, from Slovakia. Maszkowice is absolutely fantastic site. You can see that is located on this is Hillfort, early Bronze Age Hillfort, which was abandoned and then resettled around in late Bronze Age. This is also a very typical situation. After some hiatus in late Bronze Age, many early Bronze Age sites were resettled. And the excavations started decades ago. You can see this is really very slopey area. I've been there twice, and it's really very easy to fall from the excavations, really very sleepy. And some materials are published, so they have like 56 objects, of which 35 are from well-documented early Bronze Age contexts. So this you have some information about the species and very simple objects which are present in this early Bronze Age settlement. Is it possible to turn off the light, because it's hardly visible anything in the screen? Sorry, perhaps it could be, but it's much better on my screen. And this one? Okay. Yeah, perhaps it will be better. Thank you very much. And as you can see, there are very basic objects connected with like everyday settlement life. And these authors, they also made some microscopic observations, which they published. They are very general, and actually there are only 4 pictures that I borrowed from the presentation, and they are saying this is all made of flint. I must say, this is not fully convincing me, because this part on the left, this bone is, of course, there are some oblique traces of grinding on the stone pads. This is quite, I think, you can all see this, but these chopping marks, they look more like using metal objects. This also looks like metal. And also this is grinding. This is very, let's say, a very basic technique in shaping bone and antler objects. And this some scratching marks. Anyway, they are saying this is flint. I don't think this is flint. This looks like metal, and this is very specific site, and we'll go back to it in a moment. Now let's go back to southwestern Poland, when we have Wojkowice settlement, just to give you some examples how typical inventories looked like. So what we have traces of sowing, and when I say sowing, I mean the type of movement, not the use of a saw. It must be clear. You can do the sewing with a knife. You don't need saw to sew. I'm sorry, I just want to be clear. Also, we have some traces of grinding, of course. It can be on the fine-grained sandstone pads, like here. They are preserved even on quite destroyed objects, like here. And here also, okay. you can see the traces of napping. You can see the exactly traces where the bone were napped. And another example is from Przesławica. This is cemetery. You will see how these decorations that were placed in graves were made. Again, these are some obvious examples of grinding on the sandstone path. And from the other grave, you can see some grinding as well on the tubular beds in the left down corner, but then you can see some traces of scraping with a flint implement, which is, these traces are very clear. This pin was also used before the deposition because on the tip, these scraping traces are completely invisible. They are all worn by the use. Yeah, you can see this situation here where on the tip the scratching, the scraping traces are gone. This is another interesting example from the same site where you can see the perforation technique, which was very conical profile. This is all made with flint. And another site is again settlement. We skip from cemetery to settlements. So this is not interesting pit, which there are many pits at the settlements. In one of them, there was a piece of wild boar tusk found, and the object, as you can see, was made of piece of it. And also the traces, they point use of some grinding tools. You can see that these traces are very, very clear, very brutal, I would say. This is not a very smoothing process, rather like shaping process. Also, when you look at the perforation on the left side, you can see this part of this object was much harder because there's enamel in this part. So this surface was much harder to process, and this is why this the cut of the hole is asymmetrical. This part was much harder to drill in, so that's why they decided to do it from the other side when the raw material was not so hard. And believe me or not, the only one that is similar to this piece is, of course, this is kind of joke, but the authors had absolutely no idea what this, they call it pendant, but it looks like part of this Mecanian helmet. Okay, but this is just only a proposal, but it looks like element of this helmet. So this is early Bronze Age findings from Bytomim. And I would like to show you really exceptional and fantastic site called Buszczewo. These are not my excavations, but this is famous site because it's located partly on the wetland, so with a lot of organic materials preserved. As you can see, a lot of this settlement was excavated. Also, you can see the trenches around the settlement. And there are several settlement episodes, and we are focused on this early Bronze Age connected with Unityce culture. And this settlement, in this settlement, this is a result of very interesting analysis by Jutta Kneissel from University in Kiel in Germany, because she analyzed the distribution of various types of both raw material and ready products. And on this chart you can see the main wild animal specimens. So the first four are always the same: wild boar, roe deer, red deer, and auroch. So these four were the basic, and you can see they are concentrated in certain part of the settlement. Same situation is with the house with domestic animals. So we are looking at the same part of the settlement. So this working bone and antler, generally working some animal products was practiced in this part. What kind of objects we have? We have the raw material and half products. You can see. Okay. And also finished objects. The spikes, these objects are found in some early Bronze Age grave in Slovakia as well, and they are believed to be linen combs, so used for textile production. But we don't have like a direct proof of this. And also, of course, waste. In this case, it was mostly connected with horn obtaining. So what is interesting here that all of these objects were worked with metal, and these traces are really very clear, and there are no doubts that metal was involved in this production. Also, there is another group of artifacts from this site that proves this, because we have there's a really large series of wood pieces which were worked the same work because they were chopped exactly like antler or bones, and you can see that the traces are quite similar. You can see the wood remains are well worked, and also this is why the site is well dated. So what about the metal working? This is the really unique situation when we have a metallurgical workshop at the same site. And interesting, this is a unique situation in the Central European scale, I would say, because usually these workshops are later, the chronology is later. In this case, Knut Rasmann, he made some composition analysis of this flanked axis, and he showed that this composition indicates the composition can be dated as well, and in this case it's very early dates because he compared it to this large database of chemical composition of copper-based alloys, which is in Stuttgart. They have like 60,000 enters, so you can, when you have some results, you can easily try to compare it with other results, and you have more or less the idea about the chronology of your item, even if you are not sure about the context. As you can see in this workshop, we have casting molds, we have crucibles, we have nozzles, so this is like full equipment of metalworking area. So what is also interesting that these axes were made of pure copper. This is not so easy to obtain pure copper because the first copper objects in Central Europe, and this also includes Serbian objects, like in Pločnik, for example, they were made of falor, which is very poor quality, very heavily weathered raw material, and usually these objects have a lot of contamination, like a lot of lead or antimony or sulfur, for example. So when you find an object which is pure copper, that means that this is really some effort was made to obtain this type of raw material. So this pure copper suggests that it might have been obtained from Chalco period. So this is like good quality copper ore, which was obtained from, not from this part, because in part in the lowlands there are absolutely no copper ores, but from today, like Czech or Germany or Slovakia, for example. And the tin is up to 3%, which is normal at the time. And getting back to Jutta Kneissel suggestion, she showed that this working animal bones or antler took place next to the metallurgical workshop. So this is very interesting situation when this metallurgical section has very good communication with this animal bone working section. So they use these metal tools for sure. So to sum up the early Bronze Age, we can see that there are various techniques which were performed both with metal tools, and when it comes to metal, I think this Maszkowice hill fort and this Bruszczewo fortified settlement, they are exceptional. They are not like any other settlements, because there are some evidence of remote contacts, for example. There were like centers. So for while rest of the world was completely based on flint objects. What is also interesting that all these communities, they knew the metal objects because we can find metal objects in graves, for example, and also in deposits. Deposits are full of metal access, for example. But when it comes to working bone and antler, they used mostly stone objects. And let's skip now to late Bronze Age, when we have large settlements and also large cremation cemeteries, the Urnfield traditions in Catalonia also there are Urnfield cemeteries, so you know what I'm talking about. I would like to show you some examples. This is also a very interesting situation when we have, for example, 300 graves and only one contains bone objects. This is really interesting that for some reasons in this one case these bone objects were added. So here there are two bones, two bone buttons in a urn, which were cremated together with the body. So we are lucky even to find them because these temperatures usually were very high on the pyre, on the cremation pyre, and these small objects, they usually disappear. When you look at these buttons, you can see the cut marks made with metal, a metal knife, and also some grinding traces at the loops. And when you look at the loops, you can see it was done in 2 stages. I don't know if I'm able to convince you, but if you look here, there's like division. So it was like one hole and another one, and this is why this is so oval shape. Same here. Both buttons were worn because, as you can see, this edge is quite smooth. So even on cremated material, you can see something. This is not normal. Cremated material usually is like disaster. You never find anything. And another similar example of cremated object made of bone. You can see, again, this is 43 graves, and in one we found perforated, located on the skull. So the skull bones, which usually close the bone levels, bone level in the urn, on this skull there was also added this object. It was collected from a pyre because, again, it was cremated together with the body. And when you can see of course, the modification of the shape. You can do it on purpose, but also it can be effect of the cremation. With this modification of shape, of size, is very common effect of the cremation. And you can look at these traces. Again, we have some traces made of flint. These irregular striation lines are made of flint. You can see also that they are invisible at the tip of this object. So this object was used before deposition, before cremation. And also you can see all the crackings, that the temperature was really, really high at the pyre. So again, we were lucky that this object survived. And let's skip to another site, which is probably the largest collection of bone antler artifacts in late Bronze Age cemetery in Poland. Only because these people practice not only cremation, but some of the dead were buried not uncremated. So that's why this object survived. And you can see there are 94 objects, and you can see also that these are some bone antler arrowheads with interesting traces of manufacturing, like grinding, okay, so stone pad again, sawing with a metal knife, and scraping with a flint. So this is also interesting. This is, of course, example of sawing with a metal tool, with these characteristic steps, or cutting, which is here. To convince the audience, you need to because without these lines it would be difficult to see anything, I realize. And also you can see that the state of preservation, the surface is really exfoliated, and it was really hard to notice anything, to observe anything, but in this case I think these are cutting marks. And another interesting object is a pendant, as you can see, made of tooth and a bronze ring. And this hole was drilled with flint again, with flint object, while this part was grinned with on the stone pads. And the most famous grave from Przeczyca, which is called shaman grave. I don't know if you have this tradition where wherever you find more than 2 bone artifacts, you call it immediately a shaman. So Upton Lowell in England is the same, exactly the same, because this guy, he has like 6 bone owls, so must be shaman. So okay, let's call him shaman. Anyway, this, as you can see, this inhumation grave of a male about 60. Okay, 60 is impressive age at that time. And it was furnished not only with pottery and some metal objects, but also with this quite famous bone musical instrument. It looks like pan flute. But also this disc made of antler and 2 pendant made of wild boar tusk. And this musical instrument was made of hollowed and polished small ruminant bones, which were worked with metal knives, for sure. You can see some examples. Okay, this is obvious, but here on my screen it looks much better. So I try to convince you that there are some small parallel lines. You can see there's also polish. This polish this object was used for sure, because this is not for scraping. I know that scraping may result in polish as well, but in this case the scraping traces were covered destroyed with this polish. So we can see the microstratigraphy of the traces. And also here in this part you can see in this area this very tiny, this also can be done with a metal knife. I refer to Rosalia's Cressido information of scraping with metal knives, so this is this kind of traces. But when we look at this disc, we can see also here we can see also the traces of scraping with metal knives. So from the same side, we have very similar techniques, but practice with metal and with flint. And we back to Bruszczewo for a while. Went from the late Bronze Age layers, because there are 11 objects. So again, we have this chopping and breaking techniques, and this is what Jutta Kneissel calls cord sewing. You know, with the string, when you can. But I'm not sure if it's because what I have only is this picture, but I can see that this profile is slightly irregular. So anyway, it's in her publication is like cord effect of user cord straw, but it's of course can be discussed. Or this type of objects with nicely chiseled rectangular or rectangular holes. And at the end, I would like to show you some early Iron Age examples with grzybiany, which has collection of 75 items that can be weighed again to obtain horn, can be half products. The funny part is that this object in the middle, this was for years presented as an oar, as a paddle for rowing, because they missed the scale bar from the picture. So nobody knew it is this small, and they thought it is this size like this. So it is funny story about this picture. So we have half products when you can figure out that it was half products of arrowheads. And finally, really nice collection of various types of everyday use objects like hammers, mattocks, awls, perforators, buttons, or leads, or skates. Okay, this is lake site, so skates are obligatory. You can see the skate is here. And what kind of traces we have on this large collection? We have of course, napping traces. You can see the hollows in the edge marked with yellow arrows. You can see grinding and scraping with a flint tool. So the flint tool is really still in use. Of course, we have some, let's say, modern techniques with the use of metal, like chopping with metal axe, sawing with metal cutting tool probably, or whittling. And also scraping with metal tool. And another site I want to show you is Rusko, which is today, which was discovered because it is open pit mine. And in this, there are a lot of various sites, but one of these was part of early Iron Age settlement with two wooden construction. And in this construction, in this cast, there were both wood and pieces of worked and unworked antler. So actually there are no, I think there's now one analogy in Slovakia from Roman time that they were used for socking, for softening the antler. You know that there are at least 4 theories about how to soften the antler. You can use sour milk, sorrel, normal water, hot water, but the effect actually depends on determination and is very similar. And anyway, you can see these constructions, and also in this pits. I even found these excavations was in the beginning of 1990s, so you can see it looked like that. And of course, we have some early Iron Age material with whetstone, which is here, whetstone, and also a piece of stone axe. But this stone axe for sure was not used in working this antler, because antler was definitely fragmented, chopped with metal objects. We were wondering about these traces. First we thought it is sawing, but then it looks like very precise chopping, perhaps with using some direct percussion, because in this case you have better control over the line. That there are some sections of like 1, 2, 3. So when you think about it, this probably is not a trace of sawing, because it's not so linear, not so straight. So there are like several sequences and probably also chopping. And last but not least, I would like to show you Vicina Urnfield with 500 graves, and only one contain one poor, broken, cremated, undecorated pin. And this pin, also is worth noting that these people were not just, they were really modern metallurgists, because next to this cemetery there is very advanced in metalworking settlement. These guys knew how to do high quality copper base a lot. They worked on iron. They were really high skilled metallurgists, but when it comes to, this make this settlement, this community relatively rich. But when you look at the cemetery, the graves were furnished very modest way. And also in this one grave we have this single bone object. Again, this pin was cremated together with this woman. And I'm not sure if it's clear on this, it looks like ivory, but it's a question of photo. It was scraped with a flint. So we started with a flint and we end with a flint. And this is perhaps not good news for all the enthusiasts of a 3H system, because everything starts and ends with flint use. So probably the most important question is, where did all the tools go? Because we have some effects of use of these tools, but where you usually find the tools? You usually find the tools in deposits. So, as you know, the Bronze Age deposition pattern, actually for large parts of Europe, is that what we find deposits are usually tools or weapons. So this is, if you know work by David Fontaine from Leiden about the deposition patterns, he brought many examples from whole Europe, and this is, it seems like true, because most of the tools we have in Bronze Age in Poland, they are from deposits, not from the settlements. Then we have some in graves. So mostly from early Iron Age, when on the urn there was like one single iron knife, for example. But the less numerous come from settlements. So come from the places where the effects of using of these bones, of these tools are observed. So this is not easy situation, of course, but when we look at the deposits, this is just an example of 4 deposits from Karmin, the site I was working on. As you can see, these 4 deposits, they are of this very same chronology, and they are made in a regular line, but this is for another conference, not this one. But you can see that there are plenty of tools, like sickles and axes. And at that time in Poland, there are mostly pulse staves, or so axes with sockets. And I would like to show you some user patterns for this axis. When you look at this picture, you can see that some axes are marked with red and some are marked with brown. These marked with red are made of pure copper. So this is also interesting, because this is late Bronze Age, and copper is not easy to cast. It's difficult material to cast. It has lower castability. It has a higher temperature, melting temperature, which is really, it doesn't matter if you need to have 1000 or 1083 in this fireplace. So, but these metallurgists, they were skilled enough to work on different types of material, and you can see on the right side that even this copper objects, they have very clear traces of use, of impact. When you have metal axe, the first part that will broken during the work will be this. This is very common and obvious first use wear of metal axe. Also, you can see that this axe is not sharp at all; it's blunt. Yeah, should be resharpened. So this is very typical situation that what we have in graves, what we have in deposits, were used before. So when we think how they were used, we may assume that some of them were, like in Bruszczewo, they were used for wood chopping and they were used for antler chopping. So we don't have these direct links, worked antler, except Bruszczewo, worked antler, or the best situation would be the axe right in the antler, but it probably would never happen. And when we look at the usual patterns of knives, Bronze Age knives, as today, knives are multifunctional tools, which may be used for cutting, scratching, sewing, whittling, perforating, anything. So this is very typical usual patterns on bronze knives, which are again from deposit and sometimes from graves, and sometimes, of course, there are stray finds as well. So when we think about other tools, of course, when we have traces of sewing, we would love to find some saws, but this is not impossible so far. There are plenty of saws. They come from deposits from today Romania. And this is one of the biggest with Bandol de Campia, which is at the very, this is number 1, so you know they mark it with a star. If you find a star, you're really lucky. But this is somewhere there's a star. But you can, there are found like over 500 pieces of this axe. You can also see that the teeth were quite worn, so these objects were used as well. Recently, our Czech colleague also found some deposit in Olszany. This is southern from Prague. Okay, still far south from us, but closer than the Carpathian Basin. And if you try, you can find there's a small piece of bronze saw as well. It was found like 10 years ago. It's quite, in archaeology, it's quite new finding. And the next question is flint tools. What about flint tools? So how to find them in the settlement? So what are our expectations? Our expectations is that one day we all find this nice, with absolutely clear traces of bone antler sawing on the flint perforator or scraper, which is here. You can, okay. You can see this very short lines here. This is also a question matter. It depends on the light. So if you are interested in how these traces look like, I have on my computer and I can show you the pictures. So this is our expectations. We want these tools to prove that all these flint tools that were used, we will find them. So these are the expectations, but the reality quite different, because they are usually ad hoc tools. So you can scratch, you can scrape the flint, the bone with anything actually. Erratic tool, which is everywhere in Poland. It's very bad quality, but it's enough for this purpose. You don't have to have any sophisticated tools. It can be any flake or any blade or anything that is sharp. And you can just make your job, make your work, and just don't care. We don't have this element, of course. And also very common practice was reusing, especially in the late Bronze Age, early Iron Age, reusing of Neolithic flakes, Neolithic tools. So they collected it. I excavated a settlement where I have plenty of Neolithic flints and no Neolithic pottery. They all were brought to this site and they were used sometimes in a completely different way. And whenever you look at the collection obtained from late Bronze Age or early Iron Age site and you think you see something interesting and something that looks like a tool or looks like something, it turns out to be Neolithic. So it's always disappointing. And the typical Bronze Age, okay, it's this really very not characteristic type of tools. These are from Grzybiany, for example. And this is also very interesting example of this reuse tradition when you know, we all know that this is scraper, yeah, we can see the working part, but it was brought to early Iron Age settlement and it was not used as a scraper at all because it was like a sickle inserts. So you can see the glossy areas. This is typical use ware for flint and for cereal processing. So this is it. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, any questions? Because if you don't, I do. What is the date of the saws from Romania and the possible saw from, you have to turn off your microphone, yeah. Otherwise we get the possible saw from the Czech Republic?
The Czech Republic is late Bronze Age, early Iron Age.
Okay. And otherwise the Romanian saws?
It can be, I don't know, can be late Bronze Age as well.
Early, okay. So, considervația, tumulus.
Vatia would be much older, I think.
Older. Right, okay. Right. And about the, first of all, I want to say that looking at these objects from Poland, I felt at home, because it's more or less the same situation. Saz Halambata, which I'll speak about later, is covered with these little crappy pieces of something, which have been used. There have been no use-wear studies on them, but as soon as you start to screen, these pieces of flint come up everywhere. Do you have sickles with properly formed sickle stones in them embedded in antler?
Yes, we have sickle inserts, but they are not rectangular, but they were definitely made only for this purpose. Yeah. And they are from early Iron Age settlements. They are published, and the traceology is done as well for them. So they are large series, but they are very. They were not carefully made. They were like. I don't know. Many must have been made in a short time. So this is like they didn't care about the quality actually.
Because on our sites they're carefully made, and it's the only chip stone which is carefully made. Everything else looks like
nothing.
But nothing. They're used, but yeah. Okay. So it looks like we have a region developing here. Thank you very much. Okay, we have one last paper. Anna Katarina Sousa, and her paper is Bone Artifacts in Extremadura, Portugal, Life and Death Context at Ribeira, sorry for massacring this, Chaleros area, Mafra, Sintra in the 4th and 3rd millennium BCE.
Good afternoon. It's always difficult to be the last one in the morning before the lunch, but I also want to thank Juan Antonio for the invitation, and it's very good to be in the Alicante Museum. I was here 13 years ago in the Neolithic Congress of Peninsular Congress, and I'm here to learn because I'm not a specialist in bone industry, but during my excavations I found many bone tools, so I am obliged to study it because there is no tradition in these studies in Portugal, and also this presentation has the cooperation of several colleagues from their excavations and their work. So the purpose of this communication is to analyze the bone artifacts from the Lisbon Peninsula. That area, Extremadura, that area has a lot of sites in the 4th and 3rd millennium, settlements and burials. So I chose a specific area where I work in the last 20 years to show the diversity of the archaeological record and especially the bone industry. This approach is mainly typological and cultural, since there is no studies like the excellent presentation by our last conference. So it's mainly a typological presentation into the archaeological record of this area. So, as I told you, there is a lack of studies. The only specific studies were published all in the beginning of the 21st century, mainly about two fortified chalcolithic settlements, Zambujal, that is being excavated by the German Archaeological Institute, that were published the first part of the excavations from Schubert and Sengmeister, and Luceia, also a fortified chalcolithical settlement excavated by João Luís Cardoso, and an overall analysis of all the bone industry in the National Archaeological Museum, mainly tombs that don't have any archaeological record very accurate. So these are the only studies available, not only for Extremadura, but for almost for Portugal, because in Portugal we have this geological area. All the area in green is Extremadura. Has limestone, so it has a good preservation of the for the bones and all the organic matter. And in the south of Tejo and also in the north, the soils are very acid, so there are almost no bones. That points, that map is from a study of megalithic monuments, and we have almost 2,000 megalithic monuments in Alentejo, and very few with bones. So that's specific. And also to show you where is the Ribeira de Cheleiros, the Cheleiros Creek. That is an area that it's between the Atlantic Ocean and has a natural mountain, Serra de Sintra, in the south. So it's a small area where the studies are more or less developed, old works and new ones. So, only to make an overview of the archaeological record in Extremadura. So there is a very high number of tombs. Most of these tombs were excavated in the 19th century, almost all the dolmens. So in the last years, some of these sites have been re-excavated. For instance, me and Professor Vítor Gonçalves are re-excavating Casal do Par do Palmela, one of the most known rock-cut tombs where the Palmela points are, and other colleagues. But really, it's very difficult because old tombs were excavated in early times. And since these tombs were reused for 1,000 years, it's very difficult because we have the materials, we have the bones, the human bones and the artifacts, but it's impossible to refit the puzzle, only with new tombs that are very rare. And for the settlements, they were also identified. Most of the settlements, the fortified settlements, most of them were also identified in the 19th century. But since they are settlements, they are much bigger, so there is new excavations, especially in Zambujal, that is ongoing. Also in Panedo de Luxim, that was an excavation that I directed during 6 years. Luceia and other excavation. That yellow number is the number of bone artifacts, published bone artifacts. So it's in the settlements that we can have more accurate idea about the bone industry of these areas. In the National Museum, of course, there is materials from the other settlements, but as in Los Milhares, probably only a small part was recovered to the excavation, to the museum. So this is Ribeira de Cheleiros, a very small area, and from the settlements I'm going only to speak about two fortified settlements, but there is more than 18 settlements that I excavated several because in the last years, but none with the important number of bone industries, and a lot of tombs different type of tombs: rocket tombs, dolmens, one dolmen, tholoi, and natural caves. So it's important to show you the diversity of the archaeological record in a very small area. This is more or less 30 kilometers. So, Penedolcim, the place that was my special study for this presentation, is a volcanic chimney that dominates the landscape. It was not so abrupt since it has a quarry in the 70s and has occupation since the end of the 4th millennium, since the late Neolithic till the end of the 3rd millennium. And then it was abandoned and reoccupied in the late Bronze Age. Was not really an occupation in Bronze Age. It was a deposition of material artifacts in the top of the sites, and also a small Roman occupation. So this is a small fortification, has less than 3 hectares. Even for the scale of Lisbon Peninsula, it's a small fortifications that now in the excavation is a small part of the whole site. So these are the excavated areas. The place were identified also in the 19th century and also in the 70s by José Arnaud. And more recently, I excavated these areas, and the bone artifacts are concentrated in the top of the hill and in the east side a platform. So only I try to reanalyze the bone industry to see if there is any kind of spatial distribution, but till now I don't see anything especially important. So as I say, there is an horizontal occupation, and one thing important, you see that most of the artifacts are from that platform that I show you. And one thing that is important is that since we have radiocarbon dates and stratigraphic dates since the end of the 4th millennium and the end of the 3rd, it's curious that we don't have any Belbecker sherd, and we are in the Belbecker area, in Lisbon area, but till now we didn't find two sherds. But as we see in other places, either there is no Belbecker phase, there are Belbecker phenomena that is more complicated than what we think. So back to the bones. Here we have an overview of the domestic composition of the fauna from Extremadura and Alentejo. Penedolcim is the first, and we see that in generally the fauna found in Extremadura is mostly domestic, and it's very different from Alentejo, where is more wild animals. Also, there is the major species are present also in the artifacts, but in Penedolcim there is very few Bosch, comparing with Zambojal and Tlaceia that are other fortified sites very 20 kilometers away. Most of the artifacts are completely changed, so it's not easy, at least for me and the zooarchaeologists that worked in this team, to identify the species, but we have the normal type of species, but it's mainly Ovis and Carta, as usual in this type of sites. As I told you, the wild species are very rare in Penedolcim, mostly rabbits, and yes, we do have some rabbit bones worked, And for instance, the deer, red deer, is very, very rare in the archaeological record, and there are a few artifacts made of that material. So most of the artifacts are essential tools. There is also adornments, of course, but it's a small number, and others that I'm going to speak are a very big number are that pointed flatted rods that are all over the site. That artifacts that we usually associate with the sacred magic functions are also rare, and there is other artifacts that we don't know exactly the function, so they are mostly tools, and the other special non-utilitarian function are also present. So for the tools, most are pointed tools and very few chisel and blunt tools that I think that's probably because this area is an area with a lot of flints. So we do have a lot of good materials to other activities. I don't know, that's a reason because we do have, and that's in general with the other settlements of this region. Most of the bone artifacts are really pointed artifacts. Sorry. So in the pointed tools, we have all kind of the types, but it are the awls made with the logistic section production that are the most frequent, and these big awls made of bows are very rare, but even in the other calcolitical sites they are present, but always they are not very numerous. And I don't know if they are needle but I classify as needles because they are very small. They don't have the wall, but they are very small in size and in thickness. And the adornment, only three pieces are complete. The other are only some fragments. So also the beads are not very frequent. Most of the beads are made in stone in Varicit, but also they are not very frequent. And the excavation, it was an accurate excavation. So probably they are in the other sites like the tombs. So the pointed flat rods are the most frequent artifacts. We only have 2 or 3 completes, and the edge is like a spatula. Some are very big, like this one with 16 centimeters, and very fragile. And perhaps they are hairpins, like Antonio pointed. But it's strange that in the settlements there is so many of these artifacts. Here, because for this presentation, I went to reanalyze all the fragments because really I thought they are too much, and some of the middle part can be reanalyzed, but the tip and the spatula are there, so I'm still wondering about the function of this bone artifact that is the most frequent in this site. So, very few artifacts related to the sacred. It's normal, even in other raw materials. In all, this site only have less than 10 artifacts. Like in Zambujal also, it's not in all settlements that has this kind. They are present, but they are very rare. One of the most intriguing are these is called in the bibliography like a color idol. but it could be other thing, and also these cylinders that also appears in the tombs. So they are present, but they are not so important. To computers is confusing. And other artifacts that we don't know exactly the function, like the cylinders that are very typical from Iberia and especially from Extremadura. They are made. These ones are from bone, but also in ivory. These are not decorated, and other strange artifacts like these plaques that could be in a composite function. So all these are from a layer from the early Chalcolithic, and this is from the full Chalcolithic. So this is the beginning of the third, and these are in the middle of the third millennium. So if we look for the other sites, this other fortified site, this is one of the many fortified sites in this region that has an ancient excavation. This place was also excavated in the 19th century and in the middle of the 20th, so it's natural that the number of bone artifacts is very low because the type of the work made here. But what I wanted to show you is not only in these ancient works, what points out is the special artifacts, like the phalanges, that are in very high number. That's why it's important to cross old excavation and new excavations. And also these special artifacts, they do appear in Extremadura, but they are not appearing everywhere. Some sites have these phalanges, others have other artifacts. So, and also the usual types of tools like awls, pointed flat rods, some handles, very few in Lechine, and here some, and also a turtle button that is typical because this place has more bell beaker pottery than Penedo de Lechine. As from the tombs in this region, we see that several types of monuments, as I told you, but probably the dolmens and the rock-cut camp were built earlier, and then all were reoccupied for several times. So, but they are all mostly from the first half of the third millennium. So one of the most important sites is Praia das Maçãs because it was also identified in the 19th century, but has a very good excavation made by Veiga Ferreira and Vera Leisner, who identified a tolos over a rock-cut tomb and a pogium. So it was very important even before the radiocarbon to understand this chronology. And also you have some chronology directly from bone industry, that is a lack that we have in this region. We have a lot of bone artifacts and very few direct analysis over these artifacts, which we comprehend because we have to cut it to analyze it, but sometimes it's important. So one thing important about this place, also there is tools in the tombs, like this one, awls, handles, that flat points also. But the important is that in the pogium are, for instance, that hairpin with fake head, decorated heads that are mostly in the pogium, and in fact they are mostly from the late Neolithic, and in the tolos are that bone cylinders and the collar idols that are mostly Chalcolithic. So even only with excavation we see here different types of artifacts appearing. And other site, Pedras da Granja, that is a dolmen very near also from Peneda de Luxim, very few artifacts, holes, a comb, and a button, so it's not very important, but we see that different sites in the same region, in the same chronology, some have a lot of bones and other very few. In this very mysterious place, Samarra is very, because it was excavated in the 40s, and we don't know if it is in a pogium, if it is a tholos. We do know that it's a pit, and it has a lot of burials. The bones were recovered, and has a minimum number of 77, and we know from the studies of the anthropology of this region that the tholoi, for instance, are the monuments with more individuals in this region. There is a tholos in the north of this region, Paimogo, who has 400 individuals. The dolmens have less. So there was a lot of individuals in this area, and also a lot of bone artifacts, also some tools, those fragments, but very much lesser than in the settlements, and the adornment is very abundant, especially this comb that was published several times, also in ivory, and other types of bones also that hairpins with a fake head. And those special artifacts, you see that in Olela we had the phalange. In Samarra we have here the Almerians type idols in bone, also in bone. One of them is in the exhibition that ends Sunday. That is from an exhibition from this museum and Madrid. And also this color idol that appears all over the record. And finally, this unpublished necropolis, very close to the site, was identified in a rescue excavation in 2017, and all this rocky area has very small rock shelters, and luckily we found human bones. My colleagues found human bones in 3 of them. One of them is from the early Neolithic, and the other one has deposition from the 3rd millennium. So it is a very difficult excavation, but it's very important for us since there is very few tombs with new excavations. And in this excavation, probably part of the rock shelter has fallen. We have 4 individuals, and chronology, radiocarbon chronology from the second half of the 3rd millennium. In this small area, we found a set of buttons associated with bell beakers, and 3 of that papillon bottles also with V perforation. The first analysis made by Dr. Thomas Schumacher showed that it's probably whale, sperm whale, and other 4 circular buttons, probably all from the same deposition. So there was 4 individuals, very fragmented, all non-adults, but the anthropological study made by Linda Mell it's ongoing, so we have to, all the were dated, but we have to study a little more. So these buttons are their exceptional objects. Yes, in this area of Schleiders, we only have 1 button in Olelas, 1 in Pedras de Granja, and in overall the Extremadura we have 70 tombs with these kinds of buttons. And of course, we remember the most known sites of the Extremadura with this kind of, the buttons in context. That was also an excavation made in 1944 by Leonel Ribeiro and the Leisner couple. And those were also 11 buttons associated with other beaker artifacts like this Belbeaker fruteira, I don't remember the name, and also gold. So, but what is important that in the same set we have several types of buttons. So I show you a lot of materials, different materials from different sides. So we, as I told you, we don't have traceological studies or other specific studies. So what I'm going to present you are some ideas and many questions, since everything is we have to do a lot of work in this area. So one of the very discussed theme is these artifacts that some authors call it arrowhead in bone, like João Cardoso. Others call it ball. It only appears in, especially in settlements, in fortified settlements, and very few in tombs. In each settlement, a small number of artifacts. This one has an edge point, but most of them it's round, as you see in this image. So it's true that there are parallels in other areas of Iberia, in South and Central Iberia, that there are arrowheads, but it's needed to make some traceological analysis, and also we do realize that in these settlements the flint arrowheads are very frequent. So and these points are very rare, so we don't know exactly what they were used for. Other artifact that I told you that it was most frequent in Panedelchin, that's spatula all. Several authors since the beginning wonder what they were used for. This image is very clear from Juan Antonio publication, but it's, for me at least, it's strange that they appear mostly in settlements, and they do appear in burials, but very few. Other authors presented other solutions, like the decoration of pottery, and this is the most frequent pottery from the Middle Chalcolithic in this area. So I think it would be important to analyze the artifacts in terms of traceology and technology to understand better, because we have a lot of these artifacts in the settlements. Other question is these cylinders that appears one or two in each settlement that were excavated. I put there a picture of a cup that is also typical from the early Chalcolithic in this area. Of course, they are hollowed, but the type of decoration is not so different, because all of them has these lines, horizontal lines in the top, but they appear especially in the tombs. Some of them plain, only the top lines, other completely decorated, other with perforations. And this one I discovered last summer in the excavation of the corridor of this tomb, also a tholos excavated in beginning of the 20th century, and that we are re-excavating. So we know that it's probably from the Chalcolithic, but the function we do have to make more analysis, because some authors propose that it was a measure, other it was a container. to contain what. So, and there is also this kind of cylinders in stone. Other question are these color idol that appears both in settlements and in the tombs. Some authors wonder if there is a pendant. We don't know. And in the Gescheleders area, we didn't have these artifacts, but it's the same as the color idol. They have holes in the posts, and so they were beads. They were in fact beads, and these ones were made without metal, probably because the chronology of these artifacts are between the late Neolithic and the early Chalcolithic, and appears it's a specific item of Portugal, don't appears outside, mainly in Portugal. I think there is no one outside Portugal. And we have two traditions. We have bone rabbits, bone lagomorphs, and made in greenstone, mainly Moscovite. And it's interesting that in Lisbon area, they are mainly made in bone. In the north area of Lisbon area and also in Alentejo, there is in bone and in stone. I don't know, but it was a technology, very accurate technology to make bone artifacts like those ones. So, to finish, we have some problems when we look to the bone industry, since the tools are mostly the same in the late Neolithic and the Chalcolithic. In the early Bronze Age, we don't know because we have a major gap from the late Bronze Age. And also in the late Bronze Age, we do have those combs and other things, but it's not very abundant. But the only artifact that was object of radiocarbon analysis was this hairpin. For contextual analysis, we thought it was from the late Neolithic, but there was one till the end of till the middle of the third millennium, but it's mainly from late Neolithic, early Chalcolithic, those hairpins with false head. And here also the lagomorph, the color idol, and the phalanges could begin the late Neolithic and till the middle of the third millennium. Other artifacts like the cylinder and the awl or arrow are definitely from the third millennium, from Chalcolithic, and the buttons only appears probably a little later than the bell beakers, but in the second half of the third millennium. So we, for the special artifacts, we begin to understand a little more the chronology. We know that they don't appear everywhere the same artifacts, and we don't know why. Also, I forgot to say that in Penedolchin, there's mostly half of the bone industry is very small fragments that should be reanalyzed to understand the not finished tools. So it's something to do. But and other thing that I should mention is that the Extremadura region in the whole of Iberia and especially the Portuguese territory has some specific cities, as to mean that this type of artifacts only appears in Extremadura. This types of cups only appears in this area. Also this decoration, this type of loom weights with decoration, and also some types of flaked stones like these foliaceous blades or several types of arrowheads. So when we look to the Alentejo, and I began to tell you that there is almost no bone in Alentejo, but there is some exceptions. And in some sites with fortification, with the preservation of bone, for instance, in Santa Justa, it's a fortified site excavated by Vitor Gonçalves, in São Pedro, with bones. In São Pedro, also a fortified site excavated by Rui Mataloto, or in Perdigões, a very well-known ditch enclosure excavated by António Valera. There is bones, there is fauna remains, but the number of artifacts are not so, bone artifacts are not so abundant. So perhaps these types of artifacts that concentrate in Extremadura, as the pottery, as the other elements, is part of the cultural identity. There is a type of special materials that appears all in Iberia, but this concentration of decoration, for instance, the decorated phalanges and other things, concentrate in this area. So that was what I was. I'm finishing with a lot of questions. Thank you. Obrigada. Gracias.
Okay, any questions? What do you want to eat? Yes. Now, I'm just wondering, so were these objects found in the tombs used? Are they evidently a part of everyday life that is then moved to?
We never made that kind of analysis.
It would be very interesting.
Yes.
Yeah.
For instance, those buttons that are from recent excavation, they seems to be the perforations. They seems to be used, but there was no specific studies. In the other sites, it's difficult because they are they were very manipulated. But perhaps some could be and it would be interesting, yes. Because some of the big holes, for example, from the Bosch, they do appear in the tombs also. I don't know.
Personally, this is always a big question when you have tombs and settlement materials. How much are the objects prepared specifically for that person at the time they die, at the time of burial? And how much are objects which they use in everyday life, and how much overlap there is, and it's really different from place to place.
But there are some artifacts that only appears in settlements, even in pottery,
Yeah.
and others that don't appear. So even that decorated pottery that I show you that could be made by that spatulas, they don't have it in the tombs because it's domestic pottery. I don't know, but it would be an interesting line of research. Yes, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Bon appétit.